I spent the last 6 months on a study abroad program in Melbourne, Australia. Naturally, studying abroad involves minimal studying and a lot of sightseeing. In early July, one of my housemates, Lisa, and I decided to spend a week in Sydney. Our final exams ended sooner than we expected. We had separate flights back to Melbourne. Lisa's flight was at noon and quite pricey, while mine was a cheaper 6 a.m. flight. I quickly realized my flight was cheaper because getting to the airport that early was a nightmare. I needed to be at the airport by 5 a.m. to check in. The only option, other than an expensive taxi, was to catch a 4 a.m. train from Central Station. I figured the safest plan was to leave my hostel at midnight when people were still out, rather than risking it at 3 a.m. I'd hang out at the train station for a few hours. I left the hostel alone at midnight. It was a freezing Australian winter night, and it was pouring rain. My usual smartphone was broken, and the replacement hadn't arrived yet, so I was stuck with a cheap prepaid Australian phone. No GPS. I had to rely on a paper map, which quickly turned to mush in the rain. As I stood there, lost and cold, a guy who looked about my age walked up. He was wearing a fast food delivery uniform, a cap and shirt from a pizza chain. He asked if I was lost, and I told him I was trying to find Central Station. He gestured into the distance and said he could give me a ride since he was a delivery driver and would be passing the station anyway. I hesitated but considered my options: getting soaked and lost, or taking a ride from someone whose workplace I could identify. I asked for his name and where he worked. He said he was 24, from Nepal, and worked at a pizza joint in King's Cross. I agreed to go with him. In his car, there was a pizza bag on the passenger seat, and the scent of pizza filled the car, reassuring me he was telling the truth. As we chatted, I mentioned my 6 a.m. flight and the 4 a.m. train. He warned me that Central Station wasn't safe at that hour and offered to take me directly to the airport once his shift ended at 1:30 a.m. I gratefully accepted. For the next hour and a half, I sat in his warm car while he delivered pizzas. Once his shift ended, he clocked out and returned with a hot, delicious pizza and a bottle of soda for me. He asked if I needed a jacket or anything else. I thanked him and started eating as he drove toward the airport. Everything seemed fine until he suddenly changed his demeanor. He asked, "How long have you been in Sydney?" I replied, "About a week." Then he asked if I had hooked up with anyone. I froze. "No," I said, trying to stay calm, mentioning I was just here for sightseeing. "Do you have a boyfriend?" he pressed. I answered no, immediately regretting my honesty. He remarked, "You must have a great body under those clothes. You're cute." I awkwardly kept eating the pizza, hoping it would distract him. Then he put his hand on my head, stroking my hair. I kept chewing, trying not to react. His hand moved to my face, tracing my jawline, and then my lips. He even slid a finger into my mouth as I chewed. I mumbled, "I'm eating the pizza you gave me." He pulled his hand back, and we stopped at a red light. He looked at me and said, "I'll wait." So I chewed as slowly as possible. The light turned green, and he continued driving. I watched the airport signs, ready to panic if he took a wrong turn. Noticing my unease, he said, "Don't you trust me?" I forced a smile and said, "Of course." Then he suggested we go to his place to wait instead of the airport. I refused, saying I didn't want to miss my flight. He kept insisting, offering to park nearby so I could nap in his car. I kept saying no. Finally, he pulled up at the airport's domestic terminal around 2 a.m. As I gathered my things, he blocked my way with his arm. "Wait, kiss me." "No, thank you," I said. He kept pleading, asking me to go home with him. I repeated my excuses until I finally said I'd give him my number. I gave him the number for my Australian phone, thinking it would end the conversation. He texted me to make sure it was real. I showed him the message and he let me out. He stayed parked at the curb, watching me. I walked to the airport entrance, but the doors were locked. A sign said the airport opened at 4 a.m. It was just past 2, and he was still watching me. Panicking, I spotted another traveler with luggage. He was an older Australian man, and I explained the situation, asking if I could wait with him. He kindly agreed. He told me about his girlfriend and their new boat on the Gold Coast. We shared a bottle of ginger wine and watched a Viking documentary on his iPad while waiting for the airport to open. The pizza guy remained parked until 4 a.m., driving away only when other people arrived. Over the next few days, he texted me, saying he missed me and enjoyed meeting me, ending his messages with kisses. I ignored them all. He even called a few times, but I never answered. Back home in the US now, I no longer have that phone. Thankfully, I never heard from him again. Pizza delivery guy, let's not meet again. I've been wanting to share a story here for a while. I've had my fair share of run-ins with creeps, weirdos, and shady people. This is only my second post ever, and my first one got taken down, so please be kind. This happened in late summer 1995. At the time, I was living in Wyoming, but my boyfriend was up in Alberta, Canada. I often traveled between the two places. We were broke and reckless, so when we had to go somewhere too far to bike, we hitchhiked. I'd spent August with him in Alberta, but it was time to get back to school. Since I hadn't worked much that summer, I was flat broke. My boyfriend didn't manage to get any money for a bus ticket either, and my parents were too mad at me to help. My friends were also broke, and we had no phone to reach them anyway. We lived in a small, 2-room cabin in the woods, with no running water. The only phone was a shared line at the neighbor's place, reserved for emergencies. I was already a couple of days late for school and didn't feel like begging for a bus ticket. I had no choice but to hitchhike home alone for the first time. I packed my bag, making sure to grab my ID. I'd once crossed the border only to realize I'd left my ID behind, making it impossible to re-enter the US. That's a story for another time. The first part of the trip went surprisingly well. An older couple gave me a ride from the mountains to a town near the border called Cranbrook. I walked across the border and was quickly picked up by a man who gave me the creeps a little, but all he did was lecture me about how dangerous hitchhiking alone was. He said I reminded him of his daughter. He took me as far as Spokane, Washington, almost halfway home. My luck seemed pretty good. I walked to the edge of Spokane and stuck my thumb out again. An hour passed, then 2. Hitchhiking means you're often walking slowly to stay visible. At one point, I found a small piece of cardboard. I figured I could borrow a marker at a gas station, make a sign, and improve my chances. I started walking a bit faster. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. My body tensed, but it was just a small, dark snake struggling to climb over the concrete barrier. He was harmless, and I like snakes, so I used my piece of cardboard to help him over. Looking back, maybe I should have seen that as a bad sign. Before I could reach the next exit, a car slowed to a stop. It's always unnerving when a car stops, and you have to decide if it's someone dangerous or just a quirky stranger. My stomach sank when I saw it was a single man, but then I noticed a boy, maybe 11 or 12, in the front seat. The guy seemed overly friendly, but I figured he wouldn't do anything terrible in front of a kid. I was young and naive, so I climbed in. He introduced the boy as his nephew, explaining they were heading back to St. Louis after visiting family in Seattle. The boy barely spoke. It was a 3-hour drive to my town, and he was taking the highway right past it, which felt like a relief. The first hour was okay, just casual conversation and stories. I kept a small knife hidden in my sleeve, just in case, but I started to relax. Then his questions turned weird. He asked if I had a boyfriend, what we liked to do together, and even about our favorite position. My heart sank. Yep, he was a creep. I stayed calm, pretending to go along with the conversation while I thought of a plan. I noticed his drink in the console probably had alcohol in it because he was getting looser as the drive went on. He kept asking gross questions. I felt embarrassed for his nephew but kept my cool. Eventually, he made it clear he expected sex in exchange for the ride. Then he said something even worse. He wanted me to find a girl for his nephew, too. His fake smile made my stomach turn. I knew I had to get away. We were about 20 miles from my town. I faked a smile and said, "I bet my friend's home now. Let's go straight to her place and get this party started." He agreed and got off at my exit. I told him to stop for some beer first. In Wyoming, you can buy beer at gas stations, so I picked a spot a few blocks from my house. When he went inside to get beer, which I knew would be in the back of the store, I quietly opened the door and bolted. I ran down an alley, ducked into some thick bushes, and curled up tight. My knife was now out, my hands shaking, and my heart pounding so loudly I thought he'd hear it. I stayed hidden, listening for his car. It was about 4 p.m. and still bright outside. I didn't move until night fell. I heard him yelling for me, sounding furious, but his car never came down the alley. When I finally got home, I locked the door and collapsed, dirt and leaves all over me. My roommate stared and asked what happened. After a quick explanation, she said, "Why didn't you call? I could have picked you up at the border." First, I want to apologize for any mistakes. English isn't my first language, and even though I'll do my best, I might mess up. This story happened a couple of years ago during my second week of backpacking across Germany. I had reached a point where I was too exhausted to walk any further. The heat was unbearable that day, my feet were covered in blisters, and I was ready to give up. I was stuck in the middle of nowhere and decided to try hitchhiking to the nearest train station. But I had no luck. I waited for what felt like forever, and no one stopped to pick me up. I didn't blame them. After sleeping in forests for 2 weeks, my clothes were filthy, and I must have looked like a mess. Finally, a truck pulled over, and I gratefully climbed in, relieved to sit and rest my aching feet. I asked the driver if he could take me to the closest train station so I could head to Berlin. He said he was going that way anyway but needed to make a stop to pick up a load first. That was fine by me. We chatted a bit during the ride, and he seemed polite and friendly. It was going well until we made that stop. He loaded up the truck while I stretched my legs and bought some water from a nearby gas station. He offered me drinks a few times, but I refused because I didn't feel comfortable accepting. Once we got back on the road, things took a strange turn. He casually suggested I take off some layers since it was so hot. I said I was fine, but he brought it up a few more times. Then he asked if I wanted to nap in the back, mentioning other hitchhikers had done so before. I declined again, starting to feel uneasy. That's when he suddenly shouted at me to duck and hide. He said we were passing his stepfather's car, and he didn't want him to see me in the truck. It struck me as odd, but I did as he said, startled by his outburst. At that moment, I decided I'd get out at the next stop. I told him I'd walk the rest of the way into Berlin because I was rested enough now, thanks to his ride. He agreed, and I began gathering my things. Then he turned to me, claiming I looked familiar. He insisted he'd seen me before and asked if I'd ever been to a swingers club. I was stunned and told him no, that wasn't possible. He grinned and said he organized those clubs in Berlin and thought I'd enjoy them. At this point, I was desperate to leave. I asked him to let me out immediately, but he didn't respond. Instead, he put his hand in his pants and started touching himself while driving. I froze, clutching my backpack, unsure of what to do. I planned to jump out as soon as he stopped. When a gas station appeared ahead, he stopped what he was doing and asked if I wanted to shower with him. I figured the gas station would be busy, making it easier to escape, so I pretended to agree. As soon as he parked, I yanked the door open and bolted across the lot, praying he wouldn't chase me. He didn't follow, so I kept running until I reached a busy street. Only when I caught my breath did I realize I'd left my shoes in the truck. I walked the last few kilometers barefoot, keeping an eye out for his truck until I finally made it to Berlin. When I was younger, I thought of myself as pretty fearless. Or maybe it was just that youthful, reckless belief that nothing bad could really happen. I'd gotten through some rough things. A stalker who had followed my sister and me for nearly 2 years, an assault, 2 house fires, and growing up in a home I swear was haunted. Not the fun kind of haunted either. I'm talking about a creepy basement with vibes straight out of a horror movie and strange occurrences at all hours. Looking back, I guess surviving all that made me feel like I'd either dodged all the bad luck or that nothing worse could happen. I was about to learn how wrong I was. At 17, I didn't have a driver's license. I didn't get one until I was 35. So, I walked almost everywhere, sometimes got rides from friends, and very occasionally hitchhiked. This particular night was one of those rare times I decided to hitch a ride. I'd worked late and was too tired to walk. Normally, if I hitchhiked, I wouldn't get in the car with a man who was alone. I preferred rides with women or men who had their families with them. But that night, cars were scarce, and the cold was biting. When a man finally stopped, I gave him a once-over. He looked slim, almost fragile, though he didn't seem unhealthy. I figured I could handle myself if he tried anything. After agreeing on a destination, I climbed in. We exchanged names, and I warmed my hands by the heater. He spoke softly, asking simple questions like whether I lived nearby and if I liked the area. He mentioned he'd only moved there a few months ago, thought it was beautiful, and hoped to find happiness. That seemed a bit odd, but I shrugged it off. Snow started falling, and the roads became slick, so he slowed down, staring straight ahead and driving silently. I was okay with that since I wasn't great at small talk anyway. About 10 minutes later, we approached an intersection. I saw another car sliding toward us, so I said, "Be careful." Suddenly, he slammed the gas, speeding through the intersection and shouting, "Don't ever." I was stunned and quickly said, "This is good enough. Just let me out here." He didn't respond. "Hey, did you hear me? You can stop here and let me out." Nothing. He just stared straight ahead, driving faster now despite the snow. Fear doesn't quite describe how I felt in that moment. I didn't know whether to stay quiet or speak, but I knew better than to yell after his sudden outburst. After a mile or so, he started mumbling. I couldn't make out what he was saying. Thinking he was talking to me, I asked, "Sorry, what was that?" He began muttering faster, saying things like, "Don't yell at me. You never appreciate. Listen, I'm done." I didn't know how to respond, or if I should. I thought about jumping out but realized the door lock was missing, just a hole where it should be. Tears welled up as I debated grabbing the wheel to cause an accident and escape. Suddenly, he looked at me for the first time since I'd gotten in. He blinked quickly, slowed down, and pulled into a gas station. I waited, not wanting to provoke him. After a minute, he quietly said, "Go ahead," and unlocked the doors. Without hesitation, I bolted out of the car, like it was on fire. I turned toward the gas station when he called my name. He looked heartbroken. I paused. He apologized, said he didn't mean to scare me, and promised he wouldn't have hurt me. He asked if I could get home safely. I said yes and closed the door. As he started to pull out of the lot, he stopped suddenly. He sat there for a few moments with his head down. My heart pounded, ready to run. But he rolled down the window and waved something. My hat, I'd left it on the seat. Cautiously, I approached. He handed it to me, apologizing again. Not knowing what else to say, I muttered, "Thanks." I watched him drive off, making sure he was gone before I left. I decided to go to a friend's house instead of mine. As I walked, I put my hat on. A folded piece of paper fell out. Inside was a $100 bill and a note. Asterisk, I'm sorry. Don't hitchhike anymore tonight. Asterisk, I didn't. And that was the last time I ever hitchhiked alone. Earlier this year, or maybe late last year, for context, I live right across from a nature reserve. My family has been here for generations, and I'm the 5th generation in our cozy little home. It's a peaceful street, mostly filled with older folks and recent retirees. The park is usually busy with families and their dogs out for a nice walk. Nothing unusual ever happens here. That being said, one night around 9 or 10 p.m., my friend asked me to come over to chat about her wedding plans. She lives just a couple of minutes away, and I thought it'd be fun, so I decided to head over. From my driveway, if you turn left, the road is pretty open and there aren't many trees blocking the view. But if you turn right, it's a different story. Dense trees on both sides make it seem darker, especially since we don't have streetlights. As you've probably figured, I had to turn right to get to my friend's place. As I drove down the road, I noticed a figure. A tall, slim man wearing dark clothes and carrying a backpack. It seemed like he might have long hair. He was walking on the opposite side of the road. This struck me as odd because it's rare to see anyone walking around here so late. As I got closer, I realized he was walking backward and staring directly at me. Naturally, I slowed down a bit so I wouldn't accidentally hit him. But as I passed, he kept his eyes locked on mine, holding that unsettling gaze while still walking backward. A chill ran down my spine, and my stomach felt like it dropped to the floor. Once I couldn't turn my head to watch him anymore, I sped up and blew through the next stop sign. I didn't want to risk him getting any closer. I have never felt such an awful vibe from another person in my life. On my way back home, I didn't see him again. I have no clue if he wanted a ride or what his deal was, but the way he stared at me, like I was prey, I'll never forget it. I've gathered camping stories since I was 7 years old, though most of them happened after I turned 20. Back then, those stories felt comforting, especially when I'd go hiking with my dad, feeling safe under his care. We'd catch small animals for food and find fragrant herbs along the way. Yet one story still lingers in my mind. I was 8 years old when I had the worst night of my life in a forest in Pennsylvania. It's odd how, when you're young, reality feels like it can bend in strange ways. That night, reality truly did bend, and my view of the world shifted forever. My dad and I were visiting my grandpa, who had retired to a quiet life in a rural area surrounded by nature. His old house stood at the end of a winding gravel driveway, bordered by tall oak trees that cast weird, shifting shadows as the sun set. The place smelled of herbs and wood, scents that always soothed me. I loved visiting. It was a place where you could run wild, pick fruit, or play with the dogs. But that visit took a frightening turn. After spending the day together, Dad decided we should head home late in the evening. The sky was dark, and a cool breeze brushed my face as we said our goodbyes. I climbed into the front seat of the car while Dad hugged Grandpa one last time before joining me. The car engine rumbled to life, and we started down the narrow, twisting road. I remember that road clearly. Thick trees lined both sides, their branches reaching over us like skeletal fingers. The only light came from our headlights and the occasional glow from cars on the highway. It always felt a little unsettling, even more so that night. Something just felt wrong. Dad didn't speak, didn't play any music, and kept his eyes locked on the road as if he were a new driver. I didn't know what was bothering him, but I sensed his tension. The trees seemed to grow thicker and more menacing. I had the uneasy feeling that we were being watched, a weight pressing on my chest that wouldn't go away. As I gazed out the window, something caught my eye. Near the edge of Grandpa's driveway by the garage, I saw it. At first, I thought it was a wild dog or maybe a large bird, but as I looked closer, my heart froze. It was a A person or something that resembled one. It was horribly thin, its skin stretched tight like old parchment. The pale flesh clung to its bones, its ribs faintly visible. Its arms were unsettlingly long, jerking in weird, awkward movements as it crawled on all fours across the gravel. Its hands were spread wide, almost claw-like. The head was oddly large, and though I couldn't see its face clearly, its sunken eyes reflected the headlights, shining with an eerie light. Fear gripped me. I flinched back, unable to scream or move. The creature's head snapped sideways, as if searching for something. My hands dug into the seat, and my teeth clenched. I turned to Dad, my voice shaking. "Dad, there's something over there." He stopped the car briefly and looked in the direction I pointed. His expression remained calm, almost too calm. "Don't worry, kiddo," he said gently. "Those things stay in the forest. They don't bother good people like us." His calmness baffled me. He hugged me and smiled. "Come on, let's play some music and eat those snacks." He handed me a bag of chips, trying to distract me, but my eyes kept drifting back to where I had seen that thing. When I looked again, it was gone. The spot where it had been crawling was empty. No pale figure, no skeletal body. It was like it had never existed. My stomach churned. Was I imagining it? Had I dozed off and dreamed it? But the cold sweat on my forehead and the thudding of my heart told me it was real. I turned to Dad, whispering, "Did you see that?" He was quiet for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah," he said softly. "I saw it." He smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing's going to hurt you." He turned up the music and handed me a chip. I tried to focus on the song, but my thoughts kept circling back to that pale creature. Why had it been there, so close to Grandpa's home? Dad asked me about school, games, and friends to distract me, but my mind was stuck on that figure. "Don't think too much about it," he reassured me. "When I was your age, I saw strange things too." He chuckled. "I cried so much Grandpa had to bribe me with ice cream." His attempt to lighten the mood worked, and I laughed. We stopped at a small store for ice cream. After eating it, Dad was still hungry, so we grabbed some noodles. We ate, paid, and continued home. When we finally arrived, I stepped out of the car. The night air felt heavy, like the world itself was holding its breath. I couldn't shake the feeling that what I saw wasn't just a trick of the mind. It was real. That night, Mom slept beside me, probably because Dad had told her everything. Years later, even as I prepare to enter high school, that experience remains vivid. It taught me that some places don't follow normal rules. In those places, you might see things you can't explain and can't forget. Grandpa's rural home was one of those places, and some things, they're better left unseen. The Whispering Forest has always been a refuge for me, especially the woods of North Carolina. Since my early 20s, they've held a unique allure. Growing up, I'd often wander deep into their vast stretches, where the ancient oaks reached skyward like watchful giants, and the breeze seemed to carry secrets as old as time. These forests were my playground, my teacher, and my escape. But one November morning, they showed me a darkness I never knew existed. That morning, Grandpa and I loaded our gear and rifles into his trusty old pickup truck and headed for our usual hunting spot deep in the woods. He'd hunted there all his life, and it was our tradition to spend cool autumn weekends tracking deer and sharing stories around the campfire. The drive there was peaceful, a break from Grandpa's usual griping about how folks from the city didn't respect the land anymore. I just smiled and nodded, knowing his words came from his deep love for these woods and everything they provided us. By the time we reached the trailhead, the sun was rising, casting long shadows over the frost-dusted ground. The air was crisp and still, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth. It was the kind of morning hunters dream about, where every sound and movement feels alive with possibility. We pushed through the underbrush, and Grandpa fell into his familiar rhythm, pointing out tracks and broken twigs like a living guidebook. "See that?" he said, gesturing to a patch of disturbed dirt. "A deer bedded down here last night. Bet it's still nearby." I nodded and stayed alert, but as we ventured deeper, something changed. The cheerful birdsong that usually filled our walks faded away. The rustling of leaves and chatter of squirrels disappeared, replaced by an eerie, heavy silence. "Grandpa," I whispered, my voice barely cutting through the stillness. "Why is it so quiet?" He stopped, eyes scanning the trees. "The woods are thinking," he murmured, his voice low. "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means we're not alone," he said, his hand gripping his rifle. "Stay close." We continued, the silence pressing in on us like a thick fog. My senses were on high alert, every twig snapped making my heart pound. I'd hunted with Grandpa for years, but I'd never felt fear like this before. Then we saw it, a buck, standing motionless in a clearing about 50 yards ahead. It was a beautiful animal, its antlers spread like a crown, but something wasn't right. Its head drooped, its movements were slow, and its coat seemed unnaturally shiny, almost as if it were damp. "Take the shot," Grandpa whispered, his voice steady, though his eyes betrayed his unease. I lifted my rifle, aiming for the buck's chest. My finger hovered over the trigger, but I hesitated. The way it stood, its head slightly tilted as if it were looking through me, made my stomach twist. "Do it," Grandpa urged, his voice sharper this time. I fired, the shot echoing through the trees. The buck staggered but didn't fall. Instead, it turned and dashed into the brush with a speed that didn't match its earlier sluggishness. "Must have grazed it," Grandpa muttered. "Let's track it." We followed the blood trail across the frost-covered leaves. The deeper we went, the darker the forest seemed to grow. The trees loomed larger, their twisted branches tangling together like skeletal fingers. The air grew colder, and the silence felt suffocating. After about 20 minutes, we found it, or what was left of it. The buck lay torn apart in a small clearing, its ribs poking out like broken spears. Its insides were completely gone, as though something had scooped them out precisely. But there wasn't a drop of blood. "What in the world?" Grandpa whispered, his voice trailing off. I stepped closer, my stomach churning. What could have done this? Grandpa didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the mangled carcass, his face pale. Then we heard it, a low, guttural growl that sent chills through me. It was a sound like no animal I'd ever heard before. Deep, primal, and filled with menace. "Get your rifle," Grandpa whispered, his voice shaking. I fumbled for my gun, my hands trembling. The growl came again, louder and closer. Then I saw it, a shadow at first weaving between the trees. As it stepped into the clearing, my breath caught. It stood on two legs, easily 7 feet tall, its thin body wrapped in tight, sickly skin. Its arms were too long, ending in clawed hands that twitched. But the worst part was its face, a nightmarish version of the buck we'd tracked, with hollow eyes that glowed faintly. "Run," Grandpa hissed, his voice barely audible. "What?" I stammered, unable to move. "Run," he shouted, firing his rifle. The gunshot snapped me out of my trance. I turned and bolted, my legs driven by pure instinct. Behind me, I heard another shot, followed by a roar that shook the ground. I didn't stop until I reached the truck. My lungs burned, my heart threatened to explode, but I didn't dare look back. Minutes later, Grandpa stumbled out of the woods, his face pale, his hands trembling. He climbed into the truck without a word and started the engine. As we drove away, I finally spoke. "What was that?" He shook his head, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. I don't know, and I don't want to know. We never talked about it again. But the memory stayed, haunting my dreams. Even now, I avoid those woods. Some things are better left forgotten. But sometimes, I catch myself glancing toward the trees, half expecting to see those hollow eyes staring back. The forest took that buck, and it almost took us too. Hunting nightmares could be terrifying, but for me, hunting wasn't about the act of taking a life. It was about the stillness in nature, the way the world seemed to hold its breath in the soft light of dawn and how pure the air felt. It was my way of escaping the chaos of everyday life, a chance to reconnect with something raw and untamed. But the trip I'm about to describe changed everything. In late October 2019, I decided to go on a solo hunting trip into the remote hills. The trees were a blaze of red and gold. The air carried a slight chill, and the forest was alive with rustling leaves and birdsong. After 3 days without luck, I'd only seen a few deer, either too distant or too young to hunt. That morning, I chose to head toward the eastern ridge, a less visited area where I'd had success before. The day dragged on as I moved quietly, eyes sharp for any sign of movement. As the afternoon light dimmed, shadows stretched across the ground. Then I spotted it, a deer standing still about 50 yards away. Something was off. Its body was frail, almost skeletal, with dull, patchy fur. Its head drooped low, and each breath came out as a faint mist in the cool air. I'd seen sick animals before, but this was different. The deer seemed wrong, like it didn't belong in this world. I hesitated. Every hunter faces moments of doubt, where instinct clashes with reason. But leaving the animal to suffer didn't feel right. Quietly, I lifted my bow, drawing the string back. The deer didn't react, its eyes unfocused as if it saw straight through me. I let the arrow fly, and it struck true, sinking deep into its side. That should have been the end. But instead of falling, the deer released a chilling, guttural scream that echoed through the trees. My blood froze, his body convulsed, twisting in unnatural ways. Then, slowly, it stood not on 4 legs but 2. Its limbs lengthened, joints popping and cracking as they rearranged themselves. Its neck jerked up, and its face stretched into something almost human, yet disturbingly alien. The lifeless eyes now glowed with a sinister light. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of jagged teeth dripping with saliva. I stumbled backward, my bow slipping from my grip. My mind reeled, unable to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. The creature took a step forward, its movements jerky and unnatural. I fumbled for another arrow, but my shaking hands couldn't notch it. Screeched again, and panic took over. I turned and ran. Branches slapped against my face, and the ground seemed to shift beneath my feet. Behind me, I heard it crashing through the underbrush, its growls sending waves of terror through me. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, the sounds faded. My lungs burned, and my legs threatened to collapse. I crouched behind a large tree, gasping for breath. The forest was silent. No birds, no rustling leaves. After what felt like forever, I gathered the courage to head back to camp, my thoughts a mess of fear and disbelief. What had I just witnessed? Was it a predator I didn't recognize or something beyond understanding? When I finally reached my camp, dread settled in. Everything was destroyed. My tent was torn apart, fabric hanging in shreds. My supplies were scattered, my cooler overturned, gear broken and strewn about. Even the fire pit was wrecked, the rocks tossed around as if by something immense. Then I saw the tracks, massive prints, deeper than any human's. The shape was wrong, with long toes and claw marks at the tips. The prints circled the camp, overlapping like the creature had been pacing. I didn't stay to find out more. Grabbing what I could, a water bottle, flashlight, and knife, I fled down the trail. The whole way, I felt eyes on me, as if the creature was hidden just beyond the trees, waiting for me to falter. By the time I reached my truck, night had fallen. I jumped in, locked the doors, and sped off, my hands trembling on the wheel. My mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion. When I got home, I promised myself I'd keep it to myself. Who would believe me? They'd think I was crazy or lying. So when friends asked about the trip, I told them it was uneventful, that I hadn't bagged anything but enjoyed the solitude. But the truth haunts me every day. I've spent hours trying to find answers, reading about legends, stories of skinwalkers, wendigos, and other eerie beings said to roam deep forests. Just myths, right? Scary stories to tell around campfires. But I know what I saw. I haven't returned to those hills. What was once a place of peace is now a land of nightmares. Some things shouldn't be understood, and some places are better left untouched. Walking through dense woods used to be the most calming thing for me. I never thought one experience could flip my whole perspective on nature. Sometimes a single event can reshape your world, making everything dull or vibrant. For me, it became dull. Before that day, the wilderness was my haven, a place to reconnect with myself, to feel peace. Meeting fellow hikers and hearing their stories reminded me of how big the world is and how similar we all are. Sitting by a pond, skipping stones, and listening to nature's sounds were simple joys. But everything changed. I've never shared the full account before. Maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. It was 2019, a cool fall morning, when I set out alone for a weekend trek. I wasn't feeling adventurous, so I picked a trail I knew well. It was isolated but not challenging. At most, you'd run into a handful of people. If you love taking pictures, the views were stunning. The night before, I packed the basics: water, snacks, a flashlight, and my phone for photos. My plan was straightforward: hike to a familiar clearing, take a break, and get back before dark. The cool breeze, the crunch of fallen leaves, and rustles of small animals in the underbrush were soothing. As I headed back to my car in the late afternoon, something felt off. About 90 meters from where I'd parked, I saw a campsite. Earlier, it was tidy. Tent pitched, chair folded, and firewood stacked neatly. Now it was in chaos. The tent was collapsed, the chair was overturned, and belongings were scattered. Clothes, a backpack, and even hiking boots lying awkwardly. My first thought was wildlife. Bears often roamed these woods, tearing through camps for food. But as I moved closer, unease settled in. There were no claw marks, no shredded food bags, just disorder, as if someone had left in a hurry or been startled. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" Silence. I told myself to leave it alone. Whatever happened wasn't my business, but curiosity rooted me in place. I scanned the area and noticed faint footprints leading into the forest. The tracks weren't just from boots. Alongside them were odd, heavy marks, like something had been dragged. I followed the trail, which led to a cave I hadn't noticed before. It was partly hidden by bushes and jagged rocks. The air felt colder, and a faint, rotten smell lingered. Every instinct told me to turn back, to return to my car and forget this place. But then, I heard a wet, slithering sound from inside. My heart hammered as I crouched behind a boulder and peered into the darkness. That's when I saw it. A gaunt, gray figure with elongated limbs, like its body shouldn't support its weight. Its skin was stretched tight over its bones, and it moved with jerky, insect-like motions. It dragged something, a limp body. A man's arm hung lifelessly as the creature hauled him further into the cave's shadows. I clapped a hand over my mouth to muffle a gasp, fear paralyzing me. What was this thing? The creature suddenly paused, its head lifting like it sensed something. I ducked lower, barely breathing. When I peeked again, it had vanished. I turned to run, but movement caught my eye. Another one emerged from the woods, dragging a woman. Her long hair swept through the dirt as it pulled her toward the cave. My stomach twisted, and I stumbled backward, tripping over a root. The noise drew their attention. Both creatures turned, their glowing eyes locking onto me. For a moment, time froze. Then, with a guttural screech, they charged. I don't remember much after that, just blind panic. My legs carried me faster than ever. Trees blurred past. My lungs burned, but I kept going. The screeches faded as I neared the trailhead. My car came into view. My hands shook so badly, I fumbled with my keys. I fell into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and locked it. The engine roared to life, and I sped down the dirt road, a cloud of dust behind me. I couldn't look in the rearview mirror. I was too terrified of what I might see. When I finally reached the main road, I pulled over, chest heaving. My knuckles went white from gripping the steering wheel. My mind spun, searching for an explanation. I needed to calm down before driving further. A motel sign glowed nearby, a beacon of normality. I drove into the lot and, with shaky hands, checked into a modest, run-down room. It felt like a safe haven compared to what I'd escaped. I locked the door, closed the curtains, and collapsed on the bed. My body was spent, but my mind raced with terror. What were those things? What were they doing with those people? Nothing helped, not coffee, not snacks, not mindless Netflix binges. My thoughts stayed fixed on those images. The glowing eyes, the lifeless bodies, the insect-like movements. Exhaustion eventually claimed me, but my sleep was haunted by nightmares pulling me back into the woods. I woke up groggy, knowing I couldn't stay. I packed quickly and left. On the drive home, I considered going to the police. But what could I say? That monsters dragged bodies into a cave? They'd think I was crazy or lying. So I stayed quiet. At home, I smiled and told my family it was a great hike, perfect weather, beautiful scenery. I said nothing about the ruined camp, the cave, or the creatures. But that night, the nightmares came back, each time more vivid. I'd wake up sweating, my heart racing. It's been years since that day, but the memories are still fresh. I haven't returned to the woods. I try to tell myself it wasn't real, just a hallucination from stress. But deep down, I know the truth. Those creatures are real. They're out there, hidden in the forest, waiting. Their glowing eyes and jerky movements haunt me. Some places are better left unexplored, some mysteries unsolved. The forest that once gave me peace now fills me with dread. I learned that the hard way, and it's a lesson I'll carry forever. Camping has always been my first love, but the chilling stories I've gathered from it can still make my skin crawl. Some of the scariest tales are from the deep forest, where ancient secrets hide, mysteries not created by humans, but by spirits, wild animals, and even nature itself. When nature decides to trick you, it can happen in an instant. That's exactly what happened to Jake, my closest friend, and me 14 years ago during a camping trip in the dense woods of Oregon. The memories from that night still send shivers down my spine. On our way back, we broke our monthly tradition of discussing our trips because we needed time to recover from what we'd experienced. It all started like any typical adventure. Jake and I loaded up his beat-up SUV, joked about my lousy aim, and headed toward an unexplored part of the Eastern Mountains. This was a new area for us, and there was something strangely inviting about it. The mountains loomed ahead, their peaks shrouded in mist. The stillness weighed on us as we arrived. We set up camp by the afternoon near a clearing that gave us a good view for spotting wildlife. The scenery was breathtaking, ancient pine trees towering above, their branches weaving together to form a shadowy canopy. We pitched our tent, built a small fire, and spent the day exploring, marking trails, and taking in the scenery. As darkness fell, the forest grew eerily quiet. No chirping insects, no rustling leaves, no hooting owls, just silence. The kind that makes your thoughts race and your imagination go wild. You get the feeling someone's always behind you, watching. But we shrugged it off and turned in early, knowing we'd need to wake before dawn for the best hunting. We slept soundly, used to the nighttime quiet of the forest. But around midnight, a sudden, blood-curdling scream ripped through the silence, jolting us awake. My heart pounded as I tried to figure out if the scream came from a human or an animal. The drawn-out, high-pitched wail made it clear. It was human. My stomach clenched. I whispered to Jake, "Did you hear that?" His wide eyes told me he did. "Stay quiet," he replied. We strained our ears, trying to pinpoint the sound's origin. In the wilderness, you learn not to leave your shelter when chaos erupts outside. You never know what might be lurking, whether it's spirits or something worse. The scream stopped suddenly, and we waited to see if it would start again. Almost on cue, a voice whispered, "Jake?" It was soft, drawn out, carried by the wind. My blood turned to ice. The voice was unfamiliar, yet it spoke his name with unnerving clarity. "Who's there?" Jake whispered, clutching his hunting rifle. "I don't know," I answered, my voice trembling. "We should stay put." But Jake grabbed a flashlight. "We can't just ignore it. What if someone needs help?" Reluctantly, I followed. My rifle felt unusually heavy. Every step we took increased the tension. The flashlight barely lit up the inky darkness. We didn't go far before the voice called again, closer this time. "Jake!" It sounded playful, almost mocking. Jake looked at me, and I looked back, both of us bewildered. "Show yourself," Jake shouted. No response, only the faint crack of branches breaking somewhere distant. My heart thundered, and my grip tightened on the rifle. "Let's go back," I whispered, tugging on Jake's sleeve. "This feels wrong." Before he could answer, something lunged at us from the shadows. I caught a glimpse, pale skin, a flash of movement, but it was enough to know something was there. Human? Animal? Couldn't tell. Jake pulled a pistol from his pocket while I kept my rifle aimed. Another figure burst forward, tackling Jake to the ground. Panic surged through me. "Get off him!" I screamed, firing my rifle. The gunshot echoed through the night. The figure let out a guttural growl and vanished into the shadows. Jake scrambled up, a gash bleeding on his forehead. "We have to get out of here," he gasped. We didn't wait. We grabbed whatever we could and ran through the forest, branches whipping our faces. We finally reached our campsite, where the fire had died down to embers, casting a dim red glow. Snatching up our gear, we bolted for the SUV, not daring to look back. The drive away was silent, adrenaline fading into exhaustion. "What were those things?" I whispered. Jake gripped the wheel, knuckles white. "I don't know, but they weren't just animals." We reached a camping site with other people and explained what happened. They let us stay the night. We fell asleep instantly, too drained to think. At sunrise, we packed up and left for home. On the way, we stopped in the nearest town to report the incident. The authorities listened with doubtful expressions but promised to investigate. We joined them the next day as they combed the area. They found signs that someone or something had been there, a recently doused campfire, some disturbed undergrowth, but no people, no footprints leading away. It was like whoever had been there vanished into thin air. The sheriff gave us a skeptical look. "You sure you didn't imagine it? The woods can play tricks on you." Jake pointed to his bleeding forehead. "Does this look like my imagination?" The sheriff sighed but let it drop. They never found anything.
No suspects, no answers.
The case was quietly closed, leaving us with fear and confusion. We never went camping again. What was once our escape had turned into a nightmare. 14 years later, I still remember that voice calling Jake's name. I still see the shadows beyond the firelight. I've tried to rationalize it, but deep down, I know it was something beyond understanding. Some places shouldn't be explored. Some things shouldn't be known. And some voices are best left unanswered. I recall that summer when I chose to take a solo trip to a small cabin in the woods. I needed some time to clear my thoughts, and I believed a bit of solitude would do the trick. After searching online, I found a cabin deep in the forest, miles away from any town. It looked ideal, quiet, surrounded by trees, and most importantly, secluded. The drive was long and meandering, but I finally arrived in the late afternoon. The cabin was even more charming up close. It was small but inviting, with a wooden porch and a perfect view of the dense woods. After unpacking my belongings, I decided to explore the area a little before the sun disappeared behind the trees. I wandered into the woods, taking in the crisp air and listening to the sounds of nature. Everything felt serene until I walked further in. Suddenly, the forest went quiet. I had this odd sensation that someone might be watching me. I told myself it was just my imagination and headed back toward the cabin. That night, I struggled to get a full night's sleep. I kept hearing noises, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, and what sounded like footsteps. I convinced myself that it was probably just animals, but I couldn't shake the unease. Eventually, I managed to drift into a light sleep. I woke abruptly in the middle of the night. The cabin was completely dark. I reached for my flashlight and shone it around the room. Everything seemed fine, but the sensation of being watched felt stronger than before. I checked all the windows and doors. They were locked and secure. The next morning, I tried to relax. I read a book, made some coffee, and sat on the porch, but that strange feeling of discomfort lingered. Hoping to clear my head, I decided to take another walk. This time, I chose a different path and came across an old, abandoned campsite. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. A fire pit and rusted camping gear were all that remained. The sight sent a shiver down my spine, and I hurried back toward the cabin. That night, the noises returned. They were louder this time, closer. My heart pounded as I listened to the sound of movement just beyond the edge of the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight and my phone, but quickly realized there was no signal. I felt trapped. A sudden loud bang came from the porch. My stomach dropped. I shone the flashlight toward the door, but there was only darkness. The banging grew more intense, more aggressive. I knew I had to face whatever was out there. I grabbed a heavy flashlight as an improvised weapon and cautiously opened the door. To my surprise, no one was there. The porch was empty, but that suffocating feeling of being observed still lingered. I stepped outside and scanned the surrounding woods with my flashlight. Everything was still again. I stood there, heart racing, struggling to make sense of it. Then I saw movement, a shadow shifting among the trees. I aimed the flashlight, but I only caught brief glimpses of it. I couldn't stay there any longer. Grabbing the few essentials I could, I jumped into my car and sped away. Looking back, I could see the cabin as just a dark silhouette against the forest backdrop. Relief washed over me as I hit the main road, where the familiar sounds of traffic and the presence of people felt comforting. I didn't stop until I was back in the nearest town. Later, I learned that the area around that cabin had a strange reputation. Visitors had reported feelings of being watched and hearing unexplained sounds over the years. Nothing harmful ever came of it, but it seemed that the woods themselves carried an unsettling presence. I've never returned to that cabin. The whole experience left me shaken. Sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed, I still hear the faint sound of leaves rustling and footsteps in the distance. And sometimes I wonder, did something follow me back from those woods? I really enjoyed camping. It was the perfect way to escape the noise of the city and reconnect with the outdoors. So, when I had an extended weekend, I packed my gear and drove to a peaceful campsite in the mountains. The location was secluded, exactly how I preferred, with only a handful of other campers scattered about. I arrived in the early evening and quickly set up my tent. The sun was dipping below the horizon, casting the trees in hues of golden orange. After a quick dinner, I decided to explore the nearby trails. The forest was dense with towering trees and underbrush. The sounds of birds and leaves swaying in the breeze gave the place a lively energy. As I ventured further into the woods, I noticed it was getting dark faster than expected. I checked my watch. It was only 6 p.m., but the thick canopy of trees blocked most of the sunlight. I figured I should head back to my camp before it became too dark. On my way back, I noticed something strange on the ground. A small, weathered backpack, partially buried in dirt. I bent down, pulling it out, and looked inside. There were old, moldy clothes and a few rusted camping tools. It looked like it had been abandoned for many years. I wondered who might have left it and why. As I continued walking, a strange feeling lingered. I felt as though someone might be watching me. Every sound, the snap of a branch or a rustle in the bushes, sent a jolt of anxiety through me. I kept glancing behind me but saw nothing. By the time I reached my campsite, night had almost fully fallen. I started a small fire and sat by it, attempting to calm my nerves. The fire's warmth and light offered some comfort, but unease lingered. My thoughts kept returning to the strange backpack and the feeling of being watched. I decided to call it an early night, crawling into my tent and zipping it up securely. The sounds of the forest felt louder now, the wind rustling through branches and the occasional call of an owl. I struggled to sleep, every little noise pulling me further into a state of tension. Around midnight, I heard footsteps outside my tent. They were slow and deliberate, stepping over twigs and leaves. My heart leapt into my throat. I held my breath, straining to hear more, but then the footsteps stopped just outside my tent. I could make out a shadow through the thin fabric, a figure standing there. Paralyzed by fear, I reached for my flashlight and switched it on, shining the beam at the tent wall. The shadow vanished. I unzipped the tent, shining the light outside, but it was empty. Only the dark forest and the faint glow of my campfire greeted me. I didn't sleep much for the rest of the night, sitting by the fire, keeping it alive until the first rays of dawn. As soon as it was light, I packed up my gear and left. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone might be following me during the entire drive home. When I arrived, I looked into the area's history and found an old news article about a hiker who had vanished years ago. They never found him, only his backpack, the same one I had come across in the woods. That discovery left me shaken, and I never returned to that campsite. The whole experience taught me to be more mindful of my surroundings and trust my instincts. Sometimes, the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts but the unknown, lurking just beyond sight. Months later, I received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph of my campsite, taken from the edge of the woods. On the back of the photo were the words, handwritten in shaky script, "I found you. I moved to another city soon after, hoping to leave my fears behind. But every now and then, I get a strange feeling that I'm being watched. A reminder that some mysteries are better left unexplored." I chose to go camping alone to clear my mind. Work had been rough, and I had just gone through a breakup. I felt the need to disconnect from everything. I drove to a remote mountain area, far from the nearest people, a spot my father had brought me to during my childhood. I thought revisiting it would help me find some peace. I arrived in the late afternoon and set up my tent near a small clearing by a stream. The sounds of birds singing and the water rushing over rocks were soothing, and they started to calm my anxious thoughts. I gathered some wood and built a fire, feeling the tension from recent months slowly leave me. As darkness took over, I felt a sense of calm I hadn't experienced in years. The air turned colder as night set in, and the forest around me became a deep, inky black. The fire's glow cast moving shadows on nearby trees. I was used to being alone on camping trips and didn't mind the solitude. I sat by the fire, lost in my thoughts, until the flames began to dwindle. It must have been near midnight when I decided to go to bed. I climbed into my tent and zipped up my sleeping bag, allowing the quiet of the forest to lull me to sleep. It was a heavy, soundless sleep, the kind you only have when you're exhausted. I woke up abruptly, my heart pounding. Something was outside the tent. I could hear careful, quiet footsteps crunching over the leaves. I stayed still, trying to rationalize it. Maybe a deer or a raccoon, but I couldn't shake the sharp fear that kept me motionless. The footsteps came closer and then stopped just outside my tent. I could hear a faint rustling, and then the unmistakable sound of a zipper being slowly tugged open. The tent was being unzipped. My breath hitched as I quickly grabbed the flashlight by my side and switched it on, pointing it toward the entrance. The sound of the zipper stopped. I yelled out, hoping to scare off whatever was there. No response, only stillness. Summoning every ounce of bravery, I unzipped the tent and shone the flashlight outside. There was nothing, no person, no animal, just the dark forest. I stepped out, flashlight in hand, gripping a heavy branch in the other, and began to scan the area. The light cut through the shadows, but I found no signs of anyone or anything. Shaken, I returned to my tent and stayed awake for the remainder of the night, jumping at every sound, every rustle of leaves. When dawn came, I packed up my things and left the campsite, feeling a mix of relief and lingering anxiety. It wasn't until I returned home that I realized something strange. My backpack, which I had left inside the tent, was missing its small first aid kit. It wasn't a detail I would usually think much of, but I always kept it in the same pocket, and now it was gone. I couldn't figure out what had happened, but the unease lingered. A few weeks later, as I scrolled through the news, I came across a story about a missing hiker found dead near the same area where I had camped. Reports said he had injuries that suggested he had been attacked. They found a first aid kit in his hand, one that matched the description of mine. After that, I never went camping alone again. The woods have always fascinated me. There's something about being surrounded by trees and nature, far from the chaos of city life, that draws me in. So when a friend mentioned a secluded camping spot, I knew I had to check it out. I packed my gear, tent, sleeping bag, food, and supplies and set out early. The drive was long, twisting through dense forests and climbing up mountain paths. Eventually, I arrived at the destination. The spot was tucked far away, with no visible roads or trails leading to it. It was exactly the kind of isolation I had been looking for. Setting up camp was second nature by now. Soon, I had a fire burning, and the smell of dinner filled the cool evening air. As the sun disappeared below the horizon, I settled into the stillness, enjoying the calm. But as darkness enveloped the area, a feeling of discomfort crept in. Every crack of leaves or snap of a twig felt louder and closer. I tried to dismiss it, blaming my imagination, and crawled into my sleeping bag. Sleep wouldn't come. I tossed and turned, every little sound pulling me closer to paranoia. Then, in the dead of the night, I heard it, a low, guttural growl that sent a jolt through my body. My heart raced as I strained to figure out where it came from, but it seemed to come from all directions at once. Fear took hold of me, leaving me unable to move. Minutes felt like hours as I lay motionless in the darkness, the growling continuing before suddenly stopping. The silence afterward was intense and unnerving, broken only by the sound of my own heartbeat. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the trees, I hastily packed up my gear and headed out. Relief washed over me with every mile I drove, putting distance between myself and whatever presence haunted those woods. To this day, I can't shake the memory of that night. Fear still lingers, a constant reminder of the dark, unseen threats that may wait in the woods. As much as I've tried to tell myself otherwise, I know that part of me will always carry the weight of that fear. One weekend, I made up my mind to go on a solo hike in the hills. I needed to clear my thoughts and figured some time in the fresh air would do me good. I picked a trail that wasn't very crowded but was said to have stunning views, according to an online post I had come across. The weather was ideal when I set off. The trail was narrow and wound through dense woods. As I progressed, the surroundings grew quieter. All I could hear were my footsteps and the occasional sound of rustling leaves. After hiking for a couple of hours, I reached a spot with an incredible view of the valley below. I decided to take a break and have a small snack. While I sat there, I noticed the sky was becoming darker. When I checked my watch, I realized it was later than I had planned, so I knew I needed to head back. I stood up and started making my way down the path. The forest seemed thicker than I remembered. I was certain I was still on the right path, but after walking for about an hour, nothing around me looked familiar. I tried to stay calm, thinking I just needed to keep going. Eventually, I reached a fork in the trail that I didn't recall passing earlier. I hesitated but chose the path that appeared more worn. However, as I walked further, the trail began to fade and was no longer clear. Panic started to set in. My phone had no signal, and the daylight was quickly fading. I decided to retrace my steps back to the fork. While I walked, I heard the low rumble of thunder in the distance. I knew I needed to find some kind of shelter. After a short while, I spotted a small hollow in the rocks that looked like it could provide some protection. I crouched inside and waited out the storm. Rain pounded outside as I sat in the cave, cold, soaked, and frightened. I realized I couldn't stay there all night. Once the storm had passed, I ventured out again, hoping to find my way back to the trail. After what felt like hours of stumbling in the dark, I saw a faint light flickering through the trees. My heart leaped. I hoped it was a campsite. I moved toward the light and soon realized it was a small wooden cabin. Relief washed over me. I knocked on the door, and an older man answered. He looked just as surprised to see me as I was to find him. He let me in, handed me a towel, and allowed me to use his phone to call for help. I explained my situation, and he assured me I was safe. The next morning, search and rescue arrived. They guided me back to the main trail and escorted me to my car. As I drove home, I couldn't stop thinking about how fortunate I was to find that cabin. The experience reminded me how quickly things can take a wrong turn in the wilderness and how crucial it is to be well prepared. A few days later, I shared the story of my hike and the cabin with a friend. His expression turned serious as he asked me to describe the cabin and the man I had met. When I did, his face went pale. He told me that there hadn't been any cabins in that area for years. They had all been abandoned and demolished after a string of unexplained disappearances. A chill ran through me as I considered the possibility that I might have spent the night in a place that shouldn't exist. Weeks later, I received a call from an unfamiliar number. When I answered, a voice whispered, "You weren't meant to leave." The line went dead. I froze, a cold sweat breaking out as I realized my ordeal might not be truly over. I planned to explore a secluded trail I had come across in an online guide. Promised stunning vistas and a challenging trek. Setting out just after dawn, I brought along a map, some snacks, and plenty of water. The first stretch was serene. Birds chirped, and sunlight filtered gently through the forest canopy. Around the midpoint, the trail became difficult. The path narrowed, and the incline grew steeper. I had to focus on each step to avoid stumbling. After another mile, I entered a dense woodland. The trees stood so close together that barely any sunlight pierced through, leaving the air cooler and the quiet almost oppressive. As I ventured deeper into the forest, an uneasy sensation settled in my gut, though I couldn't pinpoint why. Shaking off the feeling, I pressed forward. Half an hour later, I realized I hadn't seen a trail marker in a while. Pulling out my map, I tried to orient myself, but everything around looked identical. Taking a deep breath, I decided to retrace my steps. As I turned to head back, a faint rustling sound came from behind me. I froze, straining to listen. The sound ceased, but my heartbeat quickened. Dismissing it, I resumed walking, this time a little faster. A few minutes later, the rustling returned, louder and closer now. Whipping around, I scanned the trees but saw nothing. I quickened my pace, almost breaking into a jog, desperate to find a trail marker. Panic began to bubble up, tightening my chest. Suddenly, I tripped over a root and hit the ground hard. As I pushed myself up, I noticed fresh footprints in the dirt. Prints that weren't mine. My breath caught in my throat. Someone else was out here. Scrambling to my feet, I broke into a run, no longer caring about the noise I made. The forest seemed to press in, the shadows deepening. My ragged breaths and pounding heart were the only sounds accompanying me. After what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the dense woods into an open clearing. The sudden brightness was blinding after the gloom. Panting, I scanned the space anxiously. Across the clearing, I spotted a trail marker. Relief flooded over me, and I hurried toward it, eager to return to the main path. As I reached the marker, I hesitated, glancing back at the woods. The trees stood silent, unmoving. Forcing myself to turn away, I didn't stop until I reached my car. My legs throbbed, and my hands trembled as I unlocked the door. Tossing my gear into the back seat, I climbed in and locked the doors. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, but nothing followed. Once home, curiosity led me to research the area. I stumbled upon reports of unusual occurrences along that trail. One account stood out. A hiker had vanished there years ago and was never found. Rumors suggested his spirit wandered the forest. I wasn't one to believe in such stories, but the eerie sensation of being watched still clung to me. After that, I chose my hiking trails with more caution, sticking to well-trodden routes. Yet, every so often, I dream of that forest. In those dreams, the rustling sound would draw nearer and nearer until I woke up, heart racing, half expecting to find someone standing at the foot of my bed. I had been eagerly anticipating this hike for weeks. The weather was ideal, a bright, cloudless sky paired with a gentle breeze. The trail was renowned for its breathtaking scenery, weaving through dense woods and skirting sharp cliffs. I set off early in the morning, feeling energized and ready for an adventure. As I trekked, the path grew narrower and rockier. The forest thickened around me, and the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects filled the air. Lost in thought and enjoying the solitude, I barely noticed the sun dipping lower. I had aimed to reach a small clearing by dusk to pitch my tent, but it was clear I was far from my destination. A sense of unease began to creep in. I quickened my pace, hoping to make up for lost time, but the trail twisted and turned unpredictably. Soon, I found myself in an unfamiliar part of the woods. The trees were taller here, their branches intertwining overhead, and the underbrush was thicker. I realized with a sinking feeling that I must have taken a wrong turn. My heartbeat quickened as I fumbled for my map, but the dimming light made it almost impossible to read. Fighting off panic, I decided to press on, hoping to stumble upon a familiar landmark or another hiker. The forest grew darker and the air colder. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made me jump, the isolation pressing in on me. After what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint glow in the distance. Relief washed over me as I headed toward it, praying it was a campsite or someone's cabin. As I drew closer, I discovered it was a small, dilapidated shack. Its windows were shattered, and the door hung crookedly on its hinges. It wasn't much, but it was shelter, and I needed a place to think. Inside, the shack was dusty and filled with broken furniture. I found a spot on the floor and sat down, my heart still racing. I knew I couldn't stay there all night, but with no clear path forward, I decided to wait until morning. In the daylight, I might be able to find my way back to the main trail. I tried to rest, but every sound outside made me jump. The night dragged on endlessly. When the first rays of sunlight filtered through the broken windows, I felt a wave of relief. Gathering my things, I stepped outside. In the daylight, the forest looked less menacing. After about an hour of walking, I came across a familiar marker, a large, oddly shaped boulder. From there, I quickly rediscovered the main trail. The relief was overwhelming. Determined not to repeat my mistake, I hiked with renewed caution, paying close attention to my surroundings. By midday, I reached the clearing where I had originally planned to camp. The ordeal had shaken me, but it also taught me a lesson in preparation and mindfulness. As I set up my tent, I felt a small sense of victory. I had faced a frightening experience and come through it. The remainder of the hike was calm, and I appreciated the forest's beauty with a newfound respect. That night, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard a faint sound outside my tent, a rustling, like dry leaves being disturbed. Assuming it was an animal, I ignored it. But then it came again, this time louder and more deliberate, like footsteps. My body tensed. The footsteps stopped just outside my tent. Silence hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Then, slowly, the zipper of my tent began to move. My breath caught as the zipper slid open, inch by inch. A hand appeared, a grimy hand with dirt-caked fingers and jagged nails. I couldn't see who or what it belonged to, but I knew I wasn't alone. My heart pounded as I reached for the nearest object, a flashlight, and swung it at the hand. The hand recoiled instantly, and I heard a guttural growl, something between human and animal. Without thinking, I scrambled out of the tent and bolted into the woods. Branches scratched my skin as I ran, my breaths coming in panicked gasps. I didn't stop until I found myself back on the main trail. Eventually, I made it to my car, trembling and exhausted. I never returned for my tent or the rest of my gear. To this day, I have no idea what or who that hand belonged to. All I know is that I've never felt terror like that before, and the memory of that night still haunts me. A few friends and I decided to go camping for the weekend, hoping to escape the constant noise of the city. We chose a remote location deep in a forest, far from any signs of human activity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an unsettling sense of unease crept over me. We set up our tents in a small clearing surrounded by towering trees that seemed to loom ominously overhead. The crackling of the campfire was the only sound breaking the heavy stillness of the night. Despite the fire's warmth, a cold shiver ran through me as I gazed into the surrounding darkness. As the hours passed, strange noises began echoing through the woods. Tree branches groaned in the wind, and the rustling of leaves sounded eerily like hushed whispers. I tried to brush off the growing anxiety, convincing myself it was just my imagination. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. In the dead of night, I woke to the sound of faint footsteps outside my tent. My heart pounded as I lay still, straining to hear. The steps were slow and deliberate, growing closer with each passing second. I froze, hoping it was just one of my friends returning from a late-night trip to the bushes. But when the footsteps stopped right outside my tent, I knew something was wrong. Sweat trickled down my face as I held my breath, listening intently. The silence was suffocating. Suddenly, something struck the side of my tent with such force that I nearly fell over. I stifled a scream as my hands scrambled for my flashlight. My fingers trembled as I finally turned it on and aimed it toward the disturbance. What I saw chilled me to the core. Just outside my tent stood a shadowy figure, its features obscured in the darkness. Its eyes seemed to pierce through me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Without making a sound, it turned and disappeared into the night, leaving me paralyzed with fear. I wanted to cry out, to alert my friends and run as far as possible, but I was frozen in place. All I could do was lie there, listening to the oppressive silence that seemed to close in around me. When morning finally came, I emerged from my tent, shaken but trying to suppress the memory of the night. My friends were already awake, chatting and preparing breakfast as if nothing had happened. I forced a smile and joined them, desperate to push the experience from my mind. As we packed up and began to leave, a strange feeling lingered, like unseen eyes were watching us from the shadows. The sensation of being followed grew stronger as we made our way through the forest. Just before we reached the edge of the woods, I spotted it again. Among the trees stood the same shadowy figure, its eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished into the darkness. Even as we drove away from the campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, silently observing us. I glanced back one last time, and though it seemed irrational, the thought lingered. Somewhere in those woods, something was waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself again. I never imagined I'd wind up in such a predicament. It all started with a casual outing, a trek through the forest with some friends. We assumed wandering through the woods would be simple, but the towering trees blocked most of the sunlight, and eerie shadows seemed to shift around us. As the hours passed, it became clear we were lost. Anxiety took over as we searched desperately for anything familiar, yet all we encountered were more trees. Dusk came quickly, bringing with it a biting cold. Left with no other option, we stumbled upon an abandoned shack. Its windows were covered with planks, and the walls looked weathered and fragile. Despite its unsettling appearance, it seemed a better choice than braving the freezing night outside. Inside, the air was thick and stale, and the floor creaked with every step. We gathered close, trying to stay warm, our nerves frayed by the oppressive silence. Every small sound seemed magnified in the pitch-black darkness. As the hours dragged on, exhaustion overtook me. My eyes grew heavy, and I drifted into a troubled sleep. I awoke suddenly to a disturbing noise, a faint guttural growl that sent chills down my spine. My heart pounded as I strained to listen for more. Then, through a gap in the boarded-up window, I caught sight of them, two glowing eyes fixed on me. A wave of terror washed over me as I realized we weren't alone. Without hesitation, I shook my friends awake, urging them to leave immediately. We fled the shack, adrenaline fueling our escape as we ran blindly through the dark forest. Only when we were far from the trees did we dare to look back. That's when we saw them. A group of wolves had been stalking us, drawn to our fear. We had barely escaped, but the memory stayed with me, haunting my thoughts as we made our way to safety. I couldn't help but wonder, What if we hadn't found that shack? Would we have become their prey? The idea sent a shiver through me, a chilling reminder of the hidden dangers the wild holds, mysteries darker than I ever imagined. I've always enjoyed the stillness of the forest, so when I stumbled upon an old shack during a hike, I couldn't resist taking a closer look. The evening sun was sinking low, casting long shadows between the trees. As I approached, the shack appeared ancient and abandoned, hidden among thick undergrowth. Stepping inside, a chill ran down my spine. The air was damp and stale, and every step I took made the wooden floor groan. A thick layer of dust coated everything, and it was clear no one had been there for a very long time. Despite the eerie atmosphere, I decided to stay the night. It felt safer than camping under the open sky in the middle of nowhere. As darkness enveloped the forest, the shack seemed to amplify every sound. Each creak and rustle sent shivers down my arms. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but then I heard something outside, slow, deliberate footsteps crunching through the dry leaves. My pulse quickened, and I froze in place, too scared to move. Suddenly, the door burst open, flooding the room with pale moonlight. A shadowy figure filled the doorway, its silhouette sharp against the night. Its gaze felt like it cut right through me, sending a wave of terror through my chest. Overcome by fear, I bolted from the shack, crashing through the underbrush. Branches scraped my skin, and roots caught my feet, but I didn't stop until I reached the safety of civilization. Later, I learned the history of the shack. It had once been home to a reclusive man who lived out his days in isolation. He passed away there, forgotten by the world. Perhaps the footsteps I heard belonged to his restless spirit, lingering in the place where he spent his last moments. That night changed me. I've never ventured into the forest alone since, and even now, the memory haunts my dreams, a reminder of the mysteries hidden in the woods. I hadn't planned to spend the night in that old cabin. I was simply walking through the forest, hoping for some quiet time away from the noise of town. The woods were serene, the kind of place where you could hear your own heartbeat. I wandered off the trail, distracted by the sight of a fox, and before I realized it, the sun had dipped low. The forest darkened quickly, and I soon noticed I had lost my way back to the main path. I tried heading in the direction I thought was correct, but every tree looked the same, and the shadows grew deeper. Panic set in as I quickened my steps, the sky fading to a dark gray. Just when I thought I was stuck for the night, I stumbled upon a tiny, weathered cabin. It looked deserted, but it was a shelter, and I was thankful for it. Inside, the air was musty, and the wooden floor groaned with every step I took. The furniture was ancient, draped in cobwebs and dust, but there was a fireplace with a few logs stacked nearby. I started a fire, its warmth chasing away the chill of the evening. Searching through a creaky cupboard, I found a couple of canned goods and opened one with my pocket knife. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep me going. As the fire crackled, I began to relax. The cabin felt like a small shield against the vast unknowns of the dark woods outside. But the peace didn't last long. Strange noises began to fill the silence. At first, it was just the wind murmuring through the trees and rattling the loose shutters. Then came the sound of footsteps outside, slow, deliberate steps. I froze, straining my ears to listen. The steps moved around the cabin, steady and cautious. I tried to convince myself it was just some animal. But then came a scratching noise at the door, deliberate and persistent, as though something or someone was trying to get inside. My chest tightened as my heartbeat thundered in my ears. Grabbing a sturdy iron rod from beside the fireplace, I braced myself. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by an eerie stillness. Every sound seemed amplified in the quiet of the night. Suddenly, the door creaked open just a sliver, and I caught a glimpse of movement. I raised the rod, ready to defend myself, when a low growl stopped me in my tracks. Standing in the doorway was a large animal, more wolf than dog. Its eyes glowed eerily in the light of the fire. It stepped inside, sniffing the air, as I backed away cautiously, never looking away. After a few tense moments, it turned and slipped back into the darkness as quietly as it had appeared. I bolted the door and sat close to the fire, my body tense and on edge. Sleep was out of the question, so I fed the fire and watched the flickering shadows on the walls. The hours dragged on until finally, the sky began to brighten. When the first rays of sunlight broke through the grimy windows, I felt a heavy weight lift from my chest. Packing up my belongings, I left the cabin behind, eager to return to the safety of the main trail. In the daylight, the forest seemed less menacing, and I soon found my way back to the path and eventually to my car. I didn't tell anyone about that night. It felt too bizarre, too surreal to explain. But every time I think about going back into the woods, I remember that cabin, those footsteps, and the glowing eyes in the doorway. Keeps me close to the trails where sunlight can reach. Months later, I heard about people disappearing in those same woods, campers and hikers who were never seen again. Their campsites were found abandoned, their belongings untouched. Stories of eerie noises at night, footsteps, and scratching sounds were all too familiar. Each time I hear those tales, I feel a chill run down my spine, wondering what might have happened if I hadn't found that cabin, or if I had stayed there longer. The sun was dipping below the horizon as I strolled along the narrow trail winding through the woods. I had thought I could squeeze in a quick walk before nightfall, but I hadn't realized how quickly the daylight would fade. Now the shadows stretched longer, and the air turned cooler. I knew I needed to hurry back to my car. The trail became harder to discern, and a sense of unease crept into my chest. I glanced at my watch. Just 25 minutes left until complete darkness. I quickened my pace, but the dense trees obscured most of the remaining light. The forest felt eerily quiet, with only the occasional rustling of leaves breaking the stillness. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. I veered off the path without realizing it until a few minutes later when the trail seemed unfamiliar. Panic surged as I tried to retrace my steps, but everything around me appeared identical in the dim light. The trees towered above, their gnarled branches reaching like skeletal fingers. Cold sweat trickled down my spine. I paused to gather my thoughts and pulled out my phone, only to find there was no signal. Frustration bubbled up, and I muttered a curse under my breath, the isolation hitting me harder than ever. I remembered advice I'd once read. Stay calm in situations like this. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to focus. The last remnants of light were nearly gone. I had to choose, keep moving or stay put until sunrise. I decided to keep walking, clinging to the hope of finding something familiar. My footsteps crunched over fallen leaves and twigs, each sound echoing in the quiet. The uncertainty of my surroundings tightened its grip on me. After what seemed like an eternity, I stumbled upon a small brook. Relief flooded me as I recognized it from earlier. If I followed the stream downstream, it would eventually lead me back to the main trail. Carefully, I navigated the bank, the sound of running water soothing my nerves somewhat. By the time I saw the faint glimmer of my car's headlights in the distance, darkness had fully enveloped the forest. My legs felt weak, but the sight of my car gave me the resolve to press on. Reaching it, I collapsed into the seat, panting and drained, but safe. I sat there for a moment, breathing deeply as the adrenaline ebbed away. The experience taught me a sobering lesson. I had underestimated the wilderness and overestimated my preparedness. As I drove away, a mix of relief and lingering unease filled me. I vowed to be more cautious in the future, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest hadn't entirely let me go. Just as I left the woods behind, something caught my eye in the rearview mirror, a fleeting shadow darting across the trail and disappearing behind a tree. I told myself it was nothing more than my imagination playing tricks on me, but the uneasiness lingered long after I got home. The thought stayed with me. Something or someone might still be out there, waiting for my return. I had been eagerly anticipating this hike for weeks. The weather was ideal, and the trail was said to offer some of the most stunning vistas in the region. I packed my backpack with the necessities: water, snacks, a map, and my reliable headlamp. My plan was straightforward: start early, reach the summit by midday, and return well before nightfall. I'd done similar hikes in the past and felt confident. The initial stretch was smooth, the path was clear, and I passed a few other hikers along the way. Everyone exchanged friendly greetings, a nod here, a smile there. But as I climbed higher, the crowd thinned. By late morning, I found myself alone. The forest grew denser, with towering trees casting long shadows that blocked out much of the sunlight. The air was cooler here, damp with the earthy scent of moss and soil. I welcomed the solitude, accompanied by the gentle symphony of chirping birds, rustling leaves, and the faint gurgle of a distant stream. Around noon, I reached the peak. The view was breathtaking. Rolling hills unfolded before me in hues of green and gold beneath a vibrant azure sky. I sat down to enjoy my packed lunch, savoring the moment. It was for scenes like this that I endured the effort. After some time, I decided it was time to head back. I didn't want to risk being caught on the trail after sundown. As I descended, I realized I hadn't encountered any other hikers for a while. The trail ahead began to feel unfamiliar. I pulled out my map and compass, but everything appeared correct. I reassured myself to stay calm and continue forward. An hour passed, then another. Shadows deepened as the forest grew darker. A nagging worry crept into my mind. Had I wandered off the trail? I checked my map again, but it didn't match my surroundings. My phone had no service, and its battery was quickly draining. I decided to conserve power, relying instead on my headlamp, which barely pierced the growing gloom. My footsteps echoed eerily, and the forest seemed unnaturally silent. Panic began to set in. I quickened my pace, my breathing becoming shallow and hurried. Every rustle of leaves and snap of a twig sent a jolt through me. I couldn't shake the unnerving sensation of being watched, even though logic told me it was just my imagination. Exhausted and anxious, I stumbled on unseen roots and jagged rocks, my legs growing weak. At one point, I tripped and fell hard, scraping my knee and tearing my pants. I sat there for a moment, catching my breath and suppressing a surge of tears. Then I heard it, a low, steady hum. A flicker of hope reignited within me. I followed the sound, cautiously but determined. The hum grew louder, and soon I saw a faint glow through the trees. It was a road with a car moving slowly along it. Stumbling out onto the roadside, I waved my arms frantically. The car came to a stop, and the driver, a kind man in his 50s, rolled down the window asking if I was all right. I explained my predicament, and he offered me a ride to the nearest town. As I sank into the passenger seat, a wave of relief washed over me. I was safe. I thanked the man profusely. He smiled, explaining he had hiked in these woods before and understood how easily one could lose their way. When we arrived in the small town, I stepped out of the car, expressing my gratitude once more as he drove off. That night, lying in bed, I replayed the day's events in my mind. The experience had shaken me, but I also felt a strange sense of accomplishment. I had faced my fears and emerged unscathed. I resolved to hike again, but next time I would be better prepared. The wilderness was beautiful, yes, but it also demanded respect. As I drifted towards sleep, I thought I heard a faint rustling outside my window. My eyes snapped open, and I lay there, heart pounding, listening intently. The sound came again, a soft, hesitant scratching against the glass. I told myself it was just the wind, a branch swaying against the pane. Anything but what my mind feared it might be. Gathering my courage, I forced myself out of bed. My feet felt leaden as I shuffled toward the window. Pulling back the curtain, I expected to see nothing. But there, etched into the glass, were fresh scratches, deep and deliberate, the kind no tree branch could make. My breath caught as I noticed movement in the shadows outside. A figure lingered, just out of reach, before vanishing into the night. I stepped back, my mind racing with unanswerable questions and primal fears. Sleep eluded me. The forest, once a haven of serenity and wonder, now seemed shrouded in menace. Somewhere out there, in the enveloping darkness, something was waiting, watching. Last weekend, I decided to check out a trail I'd heard about that was about 2 hours away from where I live. It wasn't a popular route, which made it perfect for some peaceful time outdoors. I packed my backpack, grabbed a trail guide, and left early in the morning. When I reached the starting point, there was no one else around. No cars, no hikers, just the sound of birds singing and the wind rustling through the trees. I felt both eager and slightly nervous. The trail looked well marked at the beginning, so I didn't feel too concerned. About an hour into my walk, I came to a split in the trail. My guide didn't show this fork, but I decided to take the path on the right, hoping it would eventually loop back. As I went further, the path became harder to follow. Dense bushes crowded the sides, and the tree canopy overhead blocked most of the sunlight. The forest grew quieter. The cheerful birdsong faded, replaced by an unsettling stillness. The trail, now barely visible, led me through thick undergrowth. When I checked my watch, I saw it was already past midday. I decided to press on, hoping to find a more open path. Not long after, I came upon an old, crumbling bridge over a narrow stream. It looked like it had been there for decades, with moss-covered beams and decaying wood. Carefully, I tested it with my foot. It groaned but didn't collapse. Holding my breath, I began to cross. Halfway across, a sharp cracking noise rang out, and before I could react, the bridge gave way. I tumbled into the shallow stream below, hitting the rocky bed with a jarring thud. Pain shot through my leg as I scrambled to the bank. My leg was bruised, but thankfully, it didn't seem broken. Looking around, I realized the dense forest had disoriented me. I couldn't figure out where I had come from. With no clear path ahead, I decided to follow the stream, hoping it would lead me to a larger body of water or something recognizable. The sun was sinking lower, and the forest grew darker with every passing moment. My heart pounded as I trudged on, trying to stay calm. Just as despair started creeping in, I heard the faint sound of rushing water. Energized, I moved faster and soon came to a larger river. Relief swept over me. Following the river downstream, I reasoned that it would eventually lead me to people. As darkness fell, I spotted the flicker of a campfire in the distance. I called out, my voice hoarse from hours of yelling. A group of campers answered and helped me over to their site. They offered me food, water, and a warm place to rest. The next morning, they guided me back to the main trail and eventually to my car. Exhausted and sore, I was overwhelmed with gratitude. That experience taught me how crucial it is to be prepared and respect the power of the wilderness. As I drove home, a strange feeling crept over me, as if I was being watched. In my rearview mirror, I thought I glimpsed a shadow darting between the trees. I told myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the dim light. Yet, even now, when I'm alone in the woods, I can't shake the sensation that something unseen is watching me. That hike reminded me that nature is breathtaking but also holds its own dangers. It was the first time Portland's team had ever made it to the championship game in 2005. I remember this because the loud roars from the nearby houses surrounded my friend and me while we were deep in the forest, unsure if we'd ever get out of the shadow woods in one piece. Back then, those cheers sounded more like screams. Let me explain. I was a 15-year-old girl who loved skateboarding with her best friend. We were two small punk girls who enjoyed exploring and skating. My friend was visiting my place, but everyone there was glued to the football game. The entire neighborhood buzzed with excitement and cheers for the team. It was, and still is, a quiet middle-class area where nothing unusual happens. It was around 7:30 or 8 p.m., and by then it was pretty dark, not completely black, but that deep blue that lingers until late at night. My friend had a pack of cigarettes, and we decided to sneak out and skate down to the forest nearby to smoke and hang out. The forest was a long stretch of woods nestled within the neighborhood. On either side, steep hills rose up to meet the fences of people's backyards. Everyone called it the Green Belt. There was just one way in and one way out, like a narrow valley surrounded by trees and houses high above. All the neighborhood kids played there, finding hidden paths and makeshift forts. We wandered into the forest until we found a clearing far enough from the entrance so no adults could see us. We didn't realize at the time that nearly every adult was indoors watching the big game. It felt safe in the darkness, smoking and laughing with my friend, especially since we could still hear the distant cheers from houses nearby. We had enough cigarettes to have one each, but we liked sharing one at a time, passing it back and forth. It made us feel connected and cool. We were sharing our second cigarette, which was between my fingers, when my friend laughed and reached to grab it. Suddenly, she froze. Her eyes widened, and she silently pointed behind me. "Not going to work, Mia," I thought, assuming she was trying to trick me into turning so she could snatch the cigarette. I barely heard her whisper over the cheers, "I'm serious." I turned around, squinting into the shadows. First, I saw nothing. Then, at the top of the hill, about 50 feet away, a man stood watching us. The forest was usually empty, aside from the occasional kid or teen. Adults only used it to dump yard waste. He was dressed in all black and wore a knit cap. His hands were buried deep in his pockets. I remember thinking he looked tall, though I couldn't make out his face. I waved, hoping he was just a neighbor who'd yell at us for smoking and threaten to tell my parents. But he didn't wave back. He didn't make a sound. "Hello," I choked out. He stayed silent, his hands still in his pockets. A faint light from a porch behind him lit his figure just a little. I whispered to Mia, "What do we do?" The man pulled his hands from his pockets. He was wearing gloves. He stepped down the hill, leaves crunching under his feet, then stopped again, just staring at us. The cheers in the distance, which had felt reassuring minutes ago, now felt eerie and distant. "If we scream, no one will hear us?" I whispered, terrified. "Everyone's yelling right now." Tears welled up in her eyes. I'd known her for 10 years and had never seen her cry. I knew I had to think fast. We heard more leaves crunching. He took another step closer. I yelled, "What do you want from us?" He reached up to pull down his cap, and we realized with horror it wasn't just a cap. It was a ski mask. "Run!" I shouted. "Grab your skateboard." At the time, I thought we could hit him with our boards if needed. In hindsight, it was silly, considering we barely weighed 100 pounds each. We bolted from the clearing, racing through the woods like we were in a horror movie. The man didn't run, but walked quickly after us. We couldn't go very fast while holding our skateboards. Once we escaped the trees, we faced the uphill street leading to my house. He was about a house length behind us, his mask pulled back up. I wanted to pound on a neighbor's door or scream for help, but fear held me back. What if no one was home? We pushed ourselves up the hill as fast as we could. When we were just 3 houses from mine, the man stopped chasing us. We didn't slow down. We ran until we crashed into my front yard, panting and covered in dirt from the forest. My dad was waiting. "There you are." I thought he'd be mad for us sneaking out, but he just sighed. Well, the team lost the game. I grew up in a rural area in Wisconsin, down a short dead-end road about 12 miles from the nearest town. There were only 7 houses scattered across 2-acre wooded lots or larger. There weren't any big wild animals like bears in the region, and lost people or wandering animals were unheard of in the 18 years I lived there. When I was a girl, around 14 years old, I had a good friend named Alex who lived next door. He was a couple of years older and was allowed to stay out later than me. Sometimes, when he got home late, he'd sneak over to my yard and toss pebbles at my window to get my attention. My bed was right beside the window, so I'd open it and we'd whisper and share stories for a while. My window faced the backyard, and from there, I could see Alex's house through the trees and the path leading to his driveway. If his house's side door light was on, I knew he was still out. If it was off, he was home. One summer night, my window was open when I heard a car pull into Alex's driveway. It was about midnight. I heard Alex get out of the car, chatting with his friends. When his friends drove off, I quietly called out for him to stop by, careful not to wake my parents. He didn't respond, probably because he didn't hear me. So, I had the not-so-bright idea of sneaking out to surprise him. Growing up in the woods, I'd learned how to move quietly and hide. As kids, we'd often play games trying to scare each other. I silently crept downstairs and slipped out through the back garage door, which led to our backyard. From there, I crossed a gravel area and took a familiar 25-foot path through the woods that connected our houses. My parents had a gravel pit around the back of our house since the oak trees made it hard for grass to grow. There were 14-inch oak stumps placed like stepping stones in the gravel, and if you stepped off them, the crunch of the rocks would give you away. I carefully stepped across the stumps, facing Alex's house, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. I didn't see him. Just then, I heard his door close and the light turn off. He had probably gone inside to sleep. I waited for a moment, thinking I saw something move in the woods between our houses, but not on the path we always used. Off the path, there were thorny bushes like wild roses and raspberries, so it seemed strange for him to be walking there. I figured he might be trying to scare me back, just as I planned to do to him. I watched a dark figure moving slowly through the trees, stopping now and then like it was listening or hiding. I thought it was Alex playing a trick. I crouched down, ready to startle him. But as I watched, the figure didn't come directly toward my window. I whispered for Alex again, growing impatient, but there was no answer. Eventually, I got tired of hiding and quietly tiptoed back to the garage door. I went inside, locked up, and crept back to my room. My window was still open, and as I settled back in bed, I heard someone or something moving around the yard. I whispered for Alex again, but still got no reply. Suddenly, I heard a thud, followed by a low grunt coming from the window well right below my room. If you don't know, a window well is a semicircular hole about 3 or 4 feet deep, lined with metal, that allows light into basement windows. There was no way Alex would have fallen in. We'd played all over the neighborhood for years and knew every window well and shortcut. The grunt sounded human, not like an animal. Whoever it was climbed out quietly with little noise. That's when I realized this wasn't a game. Someone was out there, and it wasn't Alex. I tried to see below my window, but the screen blocked me from leaning out far enough. I heard the crunch of gravel again. Alex would have known where the stepping stones were and wouldn't have made noise. He also knew my parents were strict, and he was always careful to be quiet. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, pressing my face to the screen. I stayed like that for what felt like an hour, though it was probably only 30 minutes. I never heard whoever it was leave, but eventually, I grew tired and fell asleep. The next day, I asked Alex about it. He said he went straight to bed that night. He had no reason to lie. I'm sure it wasn't one of our neighbors either. Most didn't have kids, and the houses were spread out, each sitting on at least 2 acres. There were no large animals around, just the occasional deer, and they usually avoided houses, especially with our dog around. To this day, I have no idea who or what was out there that night. Years ago, when I was a teenager, my friend Alex and I loved going longboarding at night. We were night owls and enjoyed the freedom of having the roads and trails to ourselves. Even when we took main roads, it was rare to see a vehicle in our rural area that late. You could always hear a car coming from far away because of the headlights and the noise breaking the peaceful silence. We were really passionate about longboarding then and often rode for miles, sometimes staying out until the sun began to rise. One night, we decided to venture farther than usual to one of our favorite hidden spots. The route started with a narrow paved path that ran between 2 sections of a long lake. It often flooded after rain, so we wanted to enjoy it before it was submerged again. The path stretched about 2 miles and was incredibly peaceful because of the surrounding scenery. When we reached the end of the lake, we kept going and turned onto a nearby path that led into a dense forest preserve. As we approached the first hill, we noticed a small, dim light moving in the darkness below. It moved oddly, and we couldn't figure out what it was. Instead of using our flashlight, we quietly observed it, whispering to each other about what it might be. Suddenly, that tiny light exploded into several bright lights accompanied by loud revving sounds. The sudden noise and brightness overwhelmed our senses, which had adjusted to the quiet darkness. Acting purely on instinct, we turned and ran as fast as we could. The revving and yelling behind us grew louder. By sheer luck, we found a dark, overgrown hole in the side of a hill and scrambled inside. Hidden by the plants and shadows, we huddled there, hoping we were concealed enough. From our hiding spot, we saw our pursuers arrive at the spot where we had just been. There were 4 men, 2 on ATVs and 2 on motorcycles. They were shouting to each other, but we couldn't make out what they were saying because of the distance. We felt safe enough to whisper to each other and tried to guess who they were. My first thought was that they might be park rangers, though we'd never seen any patrolling here before. Plus, the vehicles they were on didn't seem suited for the paved trails. They seemed furious. They yelled things like, "We know you're out there. We can see you. Come out." We stayed silent, hoping they were bluffing. Then one of the men shouted, "Find them now!" and smashed a glass bottle, which destroyed any hope that they were rangers. We watched as they split up and rode off in different directions along the paths, including the one we had come from. It felt like forever before we even dared to move. We were frozen in fear, watching the beams of their headlights sweep through the trees. One of them had already looped back to his starting point. I thought about calling for help, but I was too scared to turn on my phone, afraid that even a small glow would give us away. After waiting for the lights to move farther away, we finally found the courage to run again. We sprinted through the forest, keeping off the paths because their headlights made them easy to track. Whenever we thought they were getting too close, we hid again. The woods became less dense, and finding good hiding spots grew harder. The fear of being caught while lying under thin cover of leaves and twigs is something I'll never forget. Eventually, we burst out of the woods at the intersection of 2 main roads, far from where we started. We ducked into a ditch to finally call for help. When I checked my phone, I saw missed calls from our friend Nick. We had planned to meet him after longboarding. I quickly called him and asked where he was. Luckily, he hadn't given up on our plans and was only a few miles away, heading in our direction. I told him where we were and that we needed a ride immediately. Nick promised to hurry. While we waited, Alex and I stayed hidden. Thankfully, Nick arrived before those men found us. We jumped into the back seat of his car, shouting for him to drive away fast. The relief I felt as we sped away was indescribable. On the way home, we explained everything to Nick. We decided not to call the police, figuring those men would be long gone by the time any officer arrived. Plus, we didn't want to get into trouble for using the trails so late at night. To this day, I have no idea who those men were or what they thought we saw that made them chase us. Friends and family have suggested all kinds of theories, like stumbling onto a drug deal. Later, Alex and I admitted that when we first heard the revving, we both feared some horror movie-like maniac with a chainsaw. Could have ended much worse. The most frustrating part is that we never actually saw what they were trying so hard to protect. We'll probably never know. Imagine I'm a 30-year-old woman in 1989. My parents separated, and by 1990, my father had moved to St. Louis, Missouri, and remarried. My brother and I spent our summers with him and his new wife. We loved having the freedom to explore the woods, chase animals, and enjoy the sunshine while our parents were at work. They lived in a budget-friendly apartment complex in South County. Their unit was in the back of the complex, next to another building set at an angle. To the south was a small ravine bordered by trees, and to the north there was another complex. Directly behind Dad's building was a patch of forest stretching along the back of the property. That first week, my brother and I explored the woods with a new friend, Danny, who lived with his mom in the angled building nearby. We spent hours playing tag, building forts from scrap wood, and using tools from Dad's toolbox to aid us in our ongoing prank war against the kids from the other complex. One afternoon, while searching for the best place to build a fort, I stumbled upon what looked like a hastily made shelter. It was a ramshackle hut made of rotting wood and covered with a tattered blue tarp. Outside the shelter, there were remnants of a small campfire, which made us even more curious. We were fearless kids, so I kept watch while my brother and Danny peeked inside. They found a pile of musty clothes, a stained pillow, an old hammer, a flashlight, a rusty pot, and some food wrappers. At first, we thought it was the most thrilling discovery of the summer. As I stood guard, a cold shiver ran down my spine, the feeling you get when someone is watching you. I warned the boys that we should leave, but they teased me for being scared. My stomach felt uneasy, and I insisted we go, convincing them by reminding them we had to plan our next prank on the other kids. We ran off, leaving the tent behind, caught up in other adventures like playing Nintendo, plotting pranks, and raiding the fridge. We always had to be home by dark, so we said goodbye to Danny and headed back for dinner. That evening, everything seemed normal. Dad and our stepmom went to bed early, letting us have the TV. They reminded us not to stay up too late. My brother and I sat in the living room. There was a big window on the north wall right next to the couch where I slept. The window was open, letting in a light summer breeze. We occasionally heard footsteps outside, but since many neighbors smoked out back, we didn't think much of it. When we decided we wanted snacks, I went to the kitchen to grab some crackers and soda. As I walked back, my heart froze. Through the window, I saw a tall, shadowy figure standing at the edge of the woods, staring right at me. I stopped for a moment, then instinct kicked in. I glanced at the front door to make sure it was locked and walked calmly back to my brother. I whispered, "Kevin, remember that shelter we found today? I think the person who made it is outside watching us. Don't react, just act normal." "I'll close the windows." His eyes widened, but he nodded. We had learned to rely on each other, so he trusted me. I crawled around the apartment, shutting windows as quietly as possible. Then, with a surge of adrenaline, I slid the living room window shut from the side, staying out of sight. From that point, we couldn't focus on the TV. We decided the best plan was to pretend to go to bed. As the older sister, I turned off the lights once Kevin was wrapped up under his blanket on the couch near the front door. We hated the dark, but this night we agreed it was safer. As I lay down on my couch, I peeked up and saw the man still standing there. I prayed he couldn't see us anymore, then ducked under my blanket, my heart racing. Somehow I fell asleep. A few hours later, Kevin woke me up, whispering to ask if it was safe. I carefully peeked out the bottom of the window. The man was gone. I told Kevin the coast was clear, and we hurried to Dad's room to tell him what happened. He was getting ready for work and brushed it off, telling us to stay out of the woods. He left shortly after, followed by our stepmom. We tried to believe Dad, but we weren't convinced. We usually left the door unlocked during the day, but not this time. We called Danny, told him what happened, and made a plan to get him to our apartment safely. Once he arrived, we took turns watching the window all day. We didn't see the man again. Danny's mom came over after work, looking for him. When she heard the story, she was frustrated that we hadn't gotten a better response from my dad. She took Danny home and made him promise to lock the door. About half an hour later, 2 police cars pulled up. Danny's mom had decided to call the cops, worried for our safety. With the police there, we felt brave enough to go outside and watch. One officer stayed near the cars, asking us questions and relaying our answers to the others searching the woods. After about 10 minutes, 3 officers emerged, holding onto a scruffy-looking man who kept his head down. My brother squeezed my hand as the man looked up and glared at us. I told Kevin we were safe now, that the police would handle it, trying to convince myself too. Seeing the knife they found on him made my knees weak. We had been foolish, but incredibly lucky. On the evening of February 24th, 1978, 25-year-old Gary Dale Mathias was driving 4 close friends to California's Chico State University for a basketball game. They were part of the Gateway Gators, a program in Yuba City for people with intellectual disabilities, and they were set to participate in a week-long Special Olympics tournament. The winners of the tournament would be awarded an all-expenses-paid vacation to Hollywood. Along with Mathias, the team included 29-year-old Bill Sterling, 24-year-old Jack Hewitt, 32-year-old Ted Wire, and 30-year-old Jack Madruga. Sterling and Hewitt had been diagnosed with mild intellectual disabilities, while Wire and Madruga, though not officially diagnosed, had been accepted onto the team due to learning difficulties. Mathias and Madruga were also both Army veterans. While Madruga's service was uneventful, Mathias's time in West Germany had been marked by significant struggles. It is believed that Mathias developed severe drug issues while stationed there, which eventually led to a diagnosis of schizophrenia. After receiving a medical discharge, he returned home to Yuba City for treatment at the local VA hospital. Known for violent outbursts, many of which involved the police, Mathias's behavior in 1978 seemed to have improved, thanks to a strict regimen of psychiatric medications. His doctors reported that he had made remarkable progress and was capable of living independently. He even worked in his stepfather's gardening business to supplement his disability payments and served as a key member of the Gateway Gators, driving them to tournaments and games. Although the team's first tournament match wasn't scheduled until the following afternoon, they drove to Chico State the day before to watch a basketball game featuring UC Davis. After the game, they stopped at Bears Market to pick up snacks. The store's clerks remembered the group well, as they came in just before closing. The men seemed in good spirits and left the store promptly at 10 p.m. The clerk didn't know it at the time, but she was the last person to see the 5 men alive. Their parents expected them home by midnight, but when the morning came and they hadn't returned, they contacted the police. The authorities in Butte and Yuba counties began searching the route, but they found no sign of the missing men. They enlisted the help of the local park rangers, who expanded the search area. On February 28th, a ranger from Plumas Forest reported spotting their car parked on a remote dirt road off Oroville-Quincy Road. When the police arrived, they found the vehicle undamaged, with no sign of a struggle. The car, a 1969 Mercury Montego registered to Jack Madruga, was found nearly 70 miles from Chico, far off the direct route between Yuba City and Chico. The vehicle had been driven down a winding dirt track leading into a high-altitude forest. Madruga, known to dislike cold weather, would not have intentionally driven into the mountains, leaving investigators to wonder why they ended up there and why they abandoned the vehicle without warm clothing for the cold conditions. Upon closer inspection, it appeared the car had gotten stuck in a snow drift. There were signs of the driver trying to spin the wheels to regain traction, but the snow wasn't deep enough to prevent the vehicle from being freed, especially by a group of healthy men. The possibility of mechanical failure was considered, but when the car was hot-wired, it started up without issue and had a quarter tank of gas. However, the keys were missing, indicating that the men had left the car with plans to return. The car's location and condition raised more questions. There were no scrapes or dents on the undercarriage, even though the car had traveled down a rough mountain road. Madruga's family stated that their son would never have driven off the highway unless there was an emergency. Still, the mystery deepened. After towing the car back to the station, investigators found strange details about the vehicle's condition. Despite the rough road, there were no marks under the car, suggesting the driver knew the road well. Madruga's family rejected the idea that he had driven off-road intentionally. They also noted he wouldn't have left his car unlocked or let anyone else drive it unless coerced. The search continued but was hindered by severe weather. The police received several reports of sightings of the missing men, but most were dismissed. However, 2 reports stood out. A man named Joseph Shawns, staying at a cabin near where the car was found, told police that he had spotted a group of people with flashlights on the night the men disappeared. When Shawns tried to call out to them, they turned off their lights and left without offering assistance. The next morning, Shawns, who was suffering from chest pain due to a heart attack, managed to get to a hospital. On the way, he passed the abandoned car, which he believed was the same vehicle the group had been traveling in. Ted Wire's mother found this sighting suspicious, as her son had always been the type to help others, even in emergencies. Another sighting came from a grocery store employee in Brownsville, who reported seeing a group of men matching the description of the missing men 2 days after they disappeared. The group acted nervous and quickly left the store, but the store's owner confirmed the men had bought burritos, chocolate milk, and soft drinks, items that Wire's family confirmed he enjoyed. However, the trail soon went cold, and the next significant development came in June. As the snow melted in Northern California, the search for the missing men resumed. On June 4th, a group of motorcyclists found a broken-into U.S. Forest Service trailer near the site of the abandoned car. Inside, they discovered the body of Ted Wire partially consumed by animals. Later, park rangers found the remains of Jack Madruga and Bill Sterling. Their bodies had also been scavenged, and their bones scattered. 2 days later, Jack Hewitt's father discovered his son's skeletal remains under a bush nearby. Investigators soon confirmed that the men had all died from hypothermia, though Gary Mathias remained missing. Despite the cold conditions, there were strange clues suggesting that Mathias might have survived longer than the others. 3 Forest Service blankets and a flashlight were found near Wire's body, suggesting he had managed to survive the freezing conditions for a time. Investigators also noted that Wyer's body had signs of extreme weight loss, suggesting he had been alive for an extended period, possibly for up to 13 weeks, before dying from hunger and cold. The men's deaths posed more questions than answers. Wyer's autopsy suggested starvation, and his body showed signs of having lived for months after abandoning the car. Strangely, despite having access to matches, fire-starting supplies, and food, Wyer never attempted to light a fire or eat the sea rations that could have kept him alive. The situation became even more mysterious when evidence suggested that Matthias's tennis shoes were found in the trailer, and there were indications that Hewitt had been the one to cover Wyer's body. The men had likely entered the trailer in an attempt to survive, but the exact circumstances of how they ended up there remained unclear. A detective suggested that the men might have been lost on their way back to Yuba City and became stuck while searching for help. However, the purposeful direction in which they walked contradicted this theory. It's believed that Madruga and Sterling succumbed to hypothermia during the long walk to the trailer, and once the 3 survivors reached the shelter, they attempted to hold out for as long as they could. But only 2 of the men survived, and Matthias's fate remained a mystery. Some have suggested that their intellectual disabilities played a role in their decision-making, leading to their tragic deaths, while others believe that a more sinister force might have been involved. Some theories point to the men being pursued by something that scared them so much they would rather die of hypothermia than face whatever it was. The evidence suggested that whatever happened to them, the men were trapped in the trailer for months, perhaps even haunted by a threat that led to their deaths. The questions surrounding their fate remain unanswered. For as long as I can remember, I've been going hiking whenever I could find the time. It started as a way to relieve stress. I take a walk around a local park to clear my head or sort out some issue I was having. As my career progressed and relationships changed, I began to hike longer distances for more extended periods. It was like how someone addicted to something needs more of it to feel satisfied. With time, hiking became easier. I went from being someone who avoided activity to a more active outdoors enthusiast. But one thing that never got easier was hiking through the woods either after dark or before sunrise, especially in isolated places. Some trips, particularly in the summer, I'd purposely start my hike in the evening so I could experience the woods at night. I know I said it never got easier, but it never got boring either. There's something exciting about being out there when it's dark. Fear of the deep, dark woods is something old and ingrained in us, so being out there feels like you're trespassing, like you're not supposed to be there. Maybe it sounds childish, but it takes me back to a feeling of wonder, like when I was younger. What I usually did was head out in the evening, hike a few trails with just a flashlight, and then take a quick nap in my hammock. I'd wake up just before dawn to enjoy the sunrise. Most of the time, these night hikes went without a hitch, and I never had to worry about using my bear spray. Well, except for this one time that terrified me. It was late spring, around 4:30 a.m., just under an hour before dawn. I had about 5 miles to go before reaching my car, and I was in a small valley between 2 steep ridges. The trail I was on was narrow, muddy, and surrounded by dense underbrush, young maples, and old oaks. I was focused on the small light from my headlamp, taking one step after another, lost in my thoughts, when suddenly, I heard a loud crack. I froze in place. My first instinct was to run, but I didn't want to panic. My logical mind told me it was probably nothing, but then I heard it again. This time, I couldn't dismiss it. The sound was different, more deliberate. It sounded like a large stick being struck hard against a tree. The cracking noise was sharp and violent, as though someone was putting all their force into it. It didn't sound like something natural, and it was coming from just a few dozen yards ahead. I knew then that I needed to avoid that area, but there was a problem. In about 30 yards, the trail would make a sharp turn, meaning I'd have to face the noise and turn my back to it to continue my way. That made me nervous. Whatever was making the sound, I didn't want to turn away from it in the dark. But if I wanted to get back to my car, I didn't have much of a choice. So I stood still and kept listening. A minute passed, and it was completely silent. There was still half an hour until the sun came up, and I was hoping for some safety. I didn't want to turn on my headlamp because it would give away my position. But after a while, I realized the better option was to turn it on, take a quick look around, and see what I was dealing with. If it was someone dangerous, I needed to know so I could escape. But if it was something like Bigfoot, I'd want to see it before anything bad happened. I switched on my headlamp and looked around. When you're wearing a headlamp in the woods, every branch and shadow in front of you looks huge and intimidating. That's why I usually only turn it on when I absolutely have to. Our night vision is pretty sharp, and it's not always about seeing something clearly, but noticing when something is moving. But once you use a flashlight, it ruins your night vision, and you start focusing too much on the shadows. I was about to turn the light on when I smelled something. I've smelled death before. When I was young, my cat went missing, and after a few days, my parents and I started looking for her. We went to a patch of woods behind our house, and I found her body. It was my first encounter with death. I also smelled death again when an unfortunate incident with a possum and my truck happened. I know that scent, so when I smelled it that morning, I knew it wasn't quite death, but it was very close. The smell was sharp and unpleasant, like rotting meat, but not quite decayed. It had a rank, wet dog-like smell mixed with something more pungent and fresh, almost like rotten fruit. It was awful, and it felt alive, not dead. The next loud crack of wood against wood sent me running. I knew that it would make my journey longer, but there was no way I was sticking around. I couldn't turn on my headlamp and give away my position, but I was just close enough to see where I was going for a little while. When that ran out, I kept running as much as I could, then walking as fast as I could when I had to catch my breath. I ran harder than I ever had in my life. It was like I was driven by some deep instinct, something primal. I want to make it clear that after sharing this story, I learned that people associate wood cracking sounds with Bigfoot. I didn't know this when it happened, but even so, I don't believe in Bigfoot or think I encountered anything supernatural that morning. What I do know is that whatever made that sound, it was terrifying. Christmas of 2008, my friends and I were still a group of slackers in our mid-20s. We picked up odd jobs here and there, so we weren't total wasters, but we mostly spent our time hanging out at my buddy's flat, drinking beers, smoking hashish, and flicking through TV channels. One evening, we were looking for something decent to watch when we stumbled upon a survival show on the Discovery Channel. For those who don't know, Ray Meyer was like a more boring version of Bear Grylls from the 90s. He traveled to extreme places like the Arctic and jungles, showing how to survive. It was fascinating TV watching him eat raw fish and forage for berries. As we watched, we started joking about which one of us would be the first to quit if we went on a survival trip like that. What began as a silly argument turned into a real bet between two of the lads. At first, I thought they were messing around, but the more they talked about it, the more serious they got. Eventually, they made a bet. 100 pounds that one of them could outlast the other in the wild. We started seriously planning a survival trip to Wales. Luke and Ben, the two who made the bet, wanted to go to Dartmoor, where the Royal Marines train. Dartmoor's mostly a big, soggy plain, and Ben's brother, who was in the army, warned them they'd likely die there if they went in February or March. Instead, he suggested a place called Kielder in Northumberland. He said it was the closest thing to wilderness in the UK, and it had better chances for finding food, water, and shelter, which would test their survival skills much more than Dartmoor would. Once they picked the location, Luke and Ben were all in. But there was one problem. They needed a third person to make sure it was a fair contest. What stopped them from sneaking off, getting a hotel, and waiting for the other to quit? They needed someone to make sure they didn't cheat, and that someone turned out to be me. To be honest, I wasn't too hard to convince. I thought the idea sounded fun too, but what they really needed was someone to give them direction. Their rough plan was just to walk into the woods and stay there with minimal food until one of them gave up. I didn't think starving in the middle of nowhere was a smart idea, so I suggested a more structured challenge. We could take the train to Carlisle, then hop on another train to a town called Brampton. From there, we would walk about 21 miles through Kielder Forest, averaging 7 miles a day, sleeping 2 nights in the woods, and finishing at a 4-star bed and breakfast for the last night. It wasn't as hardcore as their original plan, but it would still challenge them without being unnecessarily grueling. By early March 2009, we had all the gear we needed: ponchos, freeze-dried meals, cold weather sleeping bags, and other essentials. We took a 7 a.m. train to Carlisle, a bus to Brampton, and then set out into the wild. I say wild with air quotes because the first day was mostly spent walking through farmland, hopping over fences and watching the Kielder Forest loom in the distance. Luke and Ben were trying their best, but I could tell they were already struggling after the first day. We pitched our tents in a small patch of trees, just a mile or so from the actual forest, then called it a night, knowing the toughest part of the hike would start the next day. Sleeping outside in early March wasn't easy. The weather wasn't particularly cold, and there wasn't much rain, but the wind was brutal. We tried to find shelter, but the wind picked up during the night, chilling us to the bone. The wind howled through the trees above us, and after a couple of hours of shivering in our sleeping bags, we decided to pack up and get moving again. What started as an adventure had quickly turned into something less enjoyable. By the time we found a part of the forest with some shelter, we were all pretty exhausted. We dropped our packs, set up camp, and had a quick breakfast of peanut butter and crackers. It wasn't too hard going, but watching Luke and Ben struggle with the situation was somewhat amusing. They spent most of the second morning complaining, which, to be honest, kept me going. After a quick nap and some tea, we packed up and continued on. A couple of hours later, we were deep in the forest, far from any paths. The terrain became uneven, and the weight of our packs made navigating much harder. It was tough going, and it became clear we weren't going to make the planned distance. The mood started to dip, especially since we only had so much food and a limited supply of clean clothes. What was supposed to be a fun survival trip was beginning to feel more like a nightmare. Then, just as I thought things might get worse, we stumbled upon Burnside Lodge. 1 minute, we were just watching the ground to avoid twisting an ankle, and the next, we saw a clearing with 2 buildings. One looked like a derelict cottage, and the other was a small stone shed. We circled it for a bit, making sure it was empty, then approached to take a closer look. The small stone shed was what they call a boothie. I had no idea what it was at the time, but it turned out to be a simple shelter, usually left unlocked for anyone to use. It had a table, a fireplace, and a few dusty old mats. Normally, we wouldn't have even considered using it, but since it was starting to rain and we were already looking at an extra day of walking, a night in the boothie didn't seem so bad. As we took a break, Ben decided to check out the old cottage. I figured he was just peeking through the windows, but when several minutes passed, I started to wonder what he was up to. I went outside to find him nowhere in sight and the cottage door wide open. Before I could call him out, I heard a dog barking from the woods. A man appeared, yelling at us. I thought he was the owner of the cottage, so I told Ben to get out of there, but the man's dog kept barking and running back and forth. When the man reached us, he seemed annoyed and asked what we were doing. I told him we thought the place was abandoned. He said it wasn't, and the owner would be unhappy if someone trespassed when there was a perfectly good shelter nearby. At first, we panicked, thinking he'd call the police or kick us out of the boothie. But then he smiled and laughed, telling us it was all a joke. It turned out he wasn't the owner. He just knew the owner, and the cottage was as open to visitors as the boothie. Despite his strange behavior, he let us stay in the boothie for the night. Ben, trying to be polite, asked his name. The man paused for a moment before saying, "Gary," in a way that made it clear he had just made it up on the spot. It was awkward, but we didn't say anything. As we started to settle in, the man suddenly asked, "Have any of you ever been raped?" The question was so shocking that we froze. Ben was the first to react, stepping toward the man and asking him if he had the guts to repeat such a creepy question. The man didn't respond, but his grin grew wider. At that point, we were all unsettled. The man was in his early 50s, stout and not frail, but we started to feel uncomfortable. We realized we needed to leave. As we packed up to go, we heard the dog barking again, and we quickly made our exit, keeping an eye on Gary as we moved through the trees. The barking got louder as we walked, and we realized Gary was following us. We picked up the pace, but we weren't sure how to lose him. Eventually, we reached a wide stream, which we had no choice but to cross. As we waded through the cold water, we thought we were done for, but to our relief, the dog didn't follow. It just barked from the other side and ran back to its owner. We made it out of the forest and onto a trail, exhausted and soaked, but relieved. We phoned the police, but they could do little. The woman on the line said they would send park rangers to check on the Boothie, but there wasn't much they could do about a creepy encounter. We continued on our journey, getting drier and completing the hike a day late. But we never forgot that creepy moment with Gary and his dog, and we shared the story with anyone who would listen. I grew up in the 1970s in a small town called Maple Ridge, located in British Columbia. It's a quiet, pleasant place, perfect for raising a family. But after struggling through high school, I faced a future I wasn't too excited about. The idea of spending my life in low-wage jobs around town wasn't appealing, but I didn't want to leave either. I had friends and family here. However, most of the work available involved punching the clock for someone else. I knew I couldn't stand listening to some idiot giving me orders all day. I also didn't want to be a cop or a fireman, professions that paid well without needing a degree. All I wanted to do was work on motorcycles. The problem was, I didn't own one, nor could I afford one. Even after saving for 18 months from a low-paying job, I still wouldn't have enough for a decent bike. Then my uncle told me about a logging company up near Mill Creek that was hiring. It was easy to get a job in the logging industry back then, mainly because you'd have to be a little out of your mind to take on such dangerous work. The pay was good, and you didn't even need a high school diploma. It became a popular option for those brave enough to handle the risk. This was the late 70s, before safety regulations became so strict. Back then, injuries were just part of the job. When I started, some of the guys told me I wouldn't last a month without getting hurt. I thought I could beat the odds if I was careful, and I managed to work 7 months without injury to save up for a bike. I later realized that the stories about getting hurt were just to mess with the newcomers. However, another guy I worked with, a guy around my age, wasn't so lucky. He lost his life in the woods, and to this day, no one knows who did it. Shortly after I started, a kid named Johnson joined our crew. His full name was Adam, but everyone just called him Johnson. We didn't work much together, so I didn't know him well, but I heard a lot of stories. They weren't flattering. He was quiet, lazy, and strange. He caused a lot of trouble for the crew. He was always late, even when we were staying at logging camps where he had no excuse. Sometimes he would disappear for an hour, and people suspected he was using drugs. But no one ever found any, so they just kept warning him. Eventually, they had enough and were planning to fire him. Then one day, Johnson simply vanished. The crew said he walked off into the woods, claiming he needed to pee. That was the last anyone saw of him. We weren't at a logging camp that day, so the crew figured he just left and went back to Mill Creek without telling anyone. They didn't even realize he was gone until 3 or 4 hours later. They did a quick search of the area before reporting him missing. The next morning, when he didn't show up for work, we figured he was gone for good, so we carried on with our day. But then, a week later, I heard that his mother had shown up at the foreman's office. She hadn't heard from her son since he walked off the job, and instead of calling the police right away, she spent several days looking for him. That made a lot of us think Johnson was involved in something illegal. Why else wouldn't his mom just contact the police? Maybe she didn't want the cops finding him before she did, but that's just a guess. She asked us to keep an eye out for him, and a couple of days later, the cops showed up. I'm not sure what was said between the officer and our foreman, but next thing we knew, they asked us to help search the woods near where Johnson had gone missing. The foreman didn't seem happy about it, and it almost felt like they were implying one of us had something to do with Johnson's disappearance. If that was the case, I understood why he halted work for a while to get us to help. No one objected, especially considering it might involve one of our own being in danger. Johnson wasn't a bad kid, just a screw-up, but seeing his mom so distressed made a lot of us feel guilty. We formed groups, and the cop organized us into lines to search the woods in the direction Johnson had gone. We walked for a long time, keeping an eye on the ground, and eventually, just when we were about to give up, one of the guys on the far right shouted that he'd found something. We rushed over to see a single boot lying in the dirt. None of us knew for sure if it was Johnson's, but somehow we all recognized it. Knowing we were on the right track, the cop called off the search and thanked us before calling in backup to continue the search properly. The whole crew was buzzing with different theories about what had happened. Some were skeptical and thought we were making a big deal out of nothing, just a lost boot, probably from him walking off to get high. Others believed it was the start of a murder investigation, with one of our own as the prime suspect. I didn't know what to think until they found Johnson's body in the woods. The cops were in and out of the camp for the next few days, but never in large numbers. Then, one morning, we arrived at work to find the camp in chaos. We quickly learned that the cops had found Johnson's body, and it was bad. Worse than we expected. The police wouldn't talk much, but based on what we overheard, we pieced things together. After photographing the crime scene, the cops had to carry Johnson's body in pieces through the woods to a coroner's truck. Pieces, not a whole body. His arms, legs, and head had been torn off, then stacked neatly in a hollowed-out tree trunk. We didn't know what to think about that. The police didn't deny the rumors of how his body was found, but no one could confirm it either. What followed was a search of the lumber yard, and 3 members of Johnson's crew were taken for questioning. Some of us started wondering if they'd had enough of him and decided to deal with him permanently, but that didn't seem likely. If they had a problem with him, they would have just fired him. They wouldn't have taken him out to the woods and butchered him like that. Eventually, those 3 guys were released, and we never heard from the cops again. It seemed they ruled out murder. They believed the body had been torn apart by an animal, not a chainsaw. But the manner of death was strange. In my last month working there, after I saved up enough for a motorcycle and planned my move to Phoenix, I overheard more rumors about Johnson's death. Some of the things I heard were unsettling, and I didn't want to spread them. I can't help but wonder what happened to him. If it was some debt or a criminal issue catching up to him, or if it was something stranger, something I might have shared the same fate from. If it was anything inexplicable, I could have just as easily been the one left in those woods, torn apart and hidden in a tree, with my final moments of terror frozen on my face. Last year, I was spending a couple of weeks in Wyoming. I had a camper fixed to the back of my pickup truck, so I was mostly staying at campgrounds or places with public access. This was one of my final days, and I needed to start heading back the way I had come. Unfortunately, my truck gave me trouble that day, and I spent most of the daylight hours trying to fix it. By the time the sun was going down, I hadn't gotten very far. I grabbed a coffee at a gas station and decided I'd drive for another 2 hours before finding a place to spend the night. After a little while, the road was empty, and I felt like I had it all to myself. I used an app to locate the closest camping area, which was just off the road on public land. When I reached the turnoff, I found a narrow dirt trail that stretched about a quarter mile into the forest. At the end was a small grassy clearing surrounded by trees. There wasn't anyone else there. I parked at the edge of the clearing, facing the way out. Then I climbed into the camper. By now, it must have been 11 or 12 at night, and I was more than ready to sleep. But just a minute after lying down, a beam of light pierced the edges of the privacy screen on my windows. I sat up and lifted a corner just enough to peek outside. A pair of headlights were coming down the path. The vehicle slowed as it reached the clearing where it stopped. It seemed like they noticed my camper and didn't want to share the spot. But instead of turning around, they just sat there, blocking the path out. From what I could make out, it was an old, rusted truck, though the bright headlights kept me from seeing much else. Something felt wrong. My gut told me something was off, and after a few minutes, I realized I wouldn't be sleeping here. I started folding up my bed. Just as I was getting ready to leave the camper and hop into the driver's seat, I heard one of their truck doors open. I glanced out the window. Their headlights were off now, and 2 men stood outside in the dark. I could barely make out the shapes of objects in their hands. I quickly covered the window again and listened as they slowly approached, trying to be quiet. They moved around my truck until they suddenly stopped, like they somehow realized I was awake. "Hey, can you help us out? We need directions. Open up," one of them called. Their voices were slurred, and I was scared. They sounded drunk, and I had no idea what they might do. Peeking through the window again, I saw one man close to my truck, holding what looked like a crowbar or something similar. That was all the proof I needed of their bad intentions. The other man walked up to the camper door, scraping something against it and pressing hard, trying to force it open. I braced my legs against the door, holding it shut. Out of nowhere, a gunshot rang out. It wasn't from the men. It came from somewhere deeper in the woods. Both men froze for a second, then bolted back to their truck. Within half a minute, they were gone. I wasn't sure who fired that shot, but I knew this was my chance to get out. I scrambled out of the camper and into my truck. I glanced around as I started the engine, but I didn't see anyone in the woods. I drove back down the dirt path and onto the main road, not stopping until I reached a busy truck stop an hour later. To this day, I don't know exactly what happened. Maybe a hunter or another camper saw the situation and fired a warning shot to help me. Given how remote the area was, it seems unlikely, but that's the only explanation I can think of. If not for that shot, my truck and camper might be listed on Craigslist by now, and I might never have been seen again. This happened a little over 2 years ago. My name is Alex, and before this experience, I had no clue about camping. I really wanted to give it a shot, though, and figured the only way to learn was to actually go out and try it. So, this was my very first camping trip. I picked a campsite about 2 hours away from my town. It seemed like a good balance, not too crowded, but I also wouldn't be completely isolated, which felt ideal for a beginner. I drove there and reached the trailhead around noon. After that, I hiked a few hours to get to the campground. The place had some park benches and a couple of ground-mounted barbecue grills. There were a few smaller trails leading to individual sites where other campers had already pitched their tents. I followed one of these paths, found a spot, and spent about an hour setting up my tent and making sure everything was in order. By the time I finished, a small group of people were hanging out by the grills, chatting. I'm not the most outgoing person, so I didn't feel comfortable joining them. But about 30 minutes later, a guy walked over to where I was set up and invited me to join the group. He seemed friendly, so I went along. I met a few of the other campers, and they all seemed pretty nice. I stayed and talked with them for about an hour. Eventually, people started splitting off, so I said goodnight and went back to my tent. It was probably around 7 p.m., with just about an hour of daylight left. Then that guy, his name was Ryan, came back over to my tent. He looked to be around my age, maybe mid-20s. He asked if I'd been to this area before, and I said no. Then he mentioned a hidden lake nearby that he said was a fantastic spot, almost like a secret place no one knew about. He said he was planning to check it out and asked if I wanted to come along. It seemed like a nice offer, and honestly, I was curious. I tossed my things back into my tent, left everything behind, and followed him. He said it was only a 10-minute walk through the woods, so we'd definitely make it before sunset. From the campsite, we followed a narrow path through the trees. It wasn't a clear trail, but it looked like it had been used before. After 10 minutes, though, there was still no lake. Ryan, who had been chatty and cheerful before, suddenly got quiet, giving me short answers. He kept glancing at the sunset, and while it seemed like he was checking the time, something in me felt like he was waiting for the light to fade. After 20 minutes of walking, I started to slow down and keep a little distance between us. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling, and my adrenaline kicked in. The sun's light barely filtered through the trees now, and the woods suddenly felt unnervingly quiet. When I saw a chance, I turned and tried to slip away quietly, heading back the way we'd come. But Ryan noticed immediately. He called out to me in a friendly tone at first, as if trying to keep up the act. Then his voice turned angry, and I heard him running after me. For about a minute, he shouted and chased me through the trees. I could hear his footsteps slowing, and then there was a loud metallic clang just behind me. I glanced back for a second and saw what looked like a knife hitting a tree trunk a few feet away. It seemed like a final, desperate move to stop me. After that, I managed to lose him. I made it back to the others and told them what happened. One of them called the police. Ryan, or whatever his real name was, never returned. The others mentioned that he'd already been there when they arrived, and oddly, he didn't have a tent anywhere. I guess he chose me because I was alone and clearly inexperienced. Thankfully, I never found out what his real intentions were. If I had, I probably wouldn't be here to tell this story. I was in Oregon, spending a few days hiking through remote areas of a national park. I was already about 20 miles away from the closest road, and for the first 2 days, I hadn't seen a single person. It was early fall, and the weather was colder than most people would tolerate, but I was prepared with all the right gear. That morning, I got up, made a quick cup of coffee using my portable stove, and then set off toward my next campsite. It was about 6 miles away, which is a long trek when you're in the mountains. After about 4 hours of walking, I suddenly heard footsteps ahead. Looking up, I saw a man coming toward me, walking in the opposite direction. I hadn't expected to see anyone, but I smiled and gave a nod as he passed. Something about him struck me as odd. He didn't have a backpack, no water bottle, nothing at all. He wore just a long-sleeved shirt and some worn-out hiking pants. I turned around to glance back out of curiosity, and right then, he glanced back too. Not wanting to seem awkward, I just faced forward and kept walking. After I got a bit farther, I shrugged it off, figuring maybe he had a campsite nearby and was just out for a short walk. But deep down, I knew there weren't any designated campsites close to that area. I didn't think much more of it, though, and continued my hike. The next few hours were tough, but I eventually reached the campsite. It was empty with just enough space to pitch my tent. The place wasn't quite what I'd hoped for. The view was supposed to be impressive, but it was blocked by trees. It felt more like being stuck in a dense forest than on a mountain. Still, I was worn out and quickly set up my tent before settling in to relax and watch the sunset. As I sat there, I heard a faint rustling sound behind me. When I turned around, I was stunned to see the same man from earlier. He still didn't have a backpack or any gear, What puzzled me even more was that he was here at all. He'd been walking the opposite way when I last saw him, so he must have turned back not long after we passed each other. He walked right up to the other side of the clearing and sat down. No tent, no sleeping bag, just sitting on the ground and gazing into the woods. He was maybe 15 feet away, and because he wasn't looking at me, I got a better look at him. He appeared to be in his late 30s, with short brown hair and a scruffy beard. Unease crept over me. Something wasn't right, and as the sun dipped lower, that feeling only grew worse. Who was this guy, and why was he out here, 25 miles into the wilderness, with no food, water, or shelter? After about 30 minutes of him sitting still, I decided I couldn't stay. I didn't have another campsite lined up, but I figured it was better to find a random spot than risk staying near him. As I started to take down my tent, he finally turned his head and locked eyes with me. From that moment, he didn't look away. Every time I glanced up, he was staring at me. Once I packed everything into my backpack, I noticed him standing up in my peripheral vision. I began walking away as quickly as I could, gripping my small knife tightly. His footsteps followed close behind. I risked a glance back. He was still there, but slowly falling behind. Thinking fast, I decided to leave the trail and head into the woods. By then, it was completely dark, and I hoped he wouldn't notice. Once I was about 20 feet in, I hid behind a tree and waited. About 30 seconds later, I heard his footsteps approach. Just as he passed my hiding spot, he stopped. I watched his silhouette in the darkness as he looked around, like he knew I wasn't on the path anymore. Then he started calling out, his tone oddly friendly, which made it even creepier. After 2 minutes of shouting, he stopped. Instead of returning to the campsite, he stepped off the trail and into the woods on the other side. I watched his figure fade into the trees, and then everything went silent. I stayed hidden for over an hour before finally moving again. I pushed myself to keep going, skipping the next campsite just to be sure. When I got back to town, I reported the incident to the local police. They never followed up. I don't know if that man was living out there trying to rob or kidnap people or both, but I'm lucky I made it out when I did. This happened 3 years ago, right at the start of December. In my area, it doesn't get too cold until the middle of the month, and snow typically doesn't fall until early January. I enjoy camping frequently, and I try to squeeze in as many trips as possible before winter sets in and I'm stuck indoors for months. I planned ahead and took a weekend off work in early December for one last camping trip. I picked a location about an hour's drive north. I knew it would be a bit colder there, but I didn't think it would make much difference. Besides, I had camping gear designed for low temperatures. I set out early in the morning and reached the trailhead just a couple of hours after sunrise. There were 2 other vehicles there, a standard minivan and a truck that looked like it had been through some rough trails, covered in mud and scratches. I parked and started down the trail. The air was brisk, so I pulled on my jacket and hat. Not long into my walk, I passed an older man and his child, who looked like they had camped the previous night. That explained one of the vehicles. When I arrived at the campsite, I expected to find one other group or person, but it was empty. Just an open grassy area beside a flowing pond, with no other people or tents in sight. I pitched my tent near the edge by the trees. At first, I spent time writing in my journal, but as the day went on, the temperature dropped. To stay warm, I got up and built a campfire. Before long, someone else appeared on the trail. It was a man, maybe around 40 years old, wearing a thick coat and a cloth covering his face. He had a small backpack, but when he walked past me and moved to the far side of the campsite, I noticed his bag looked empty, barely holding anything. He settled down and leaned against a tree. I thought he might be waiting for a friend further down the trail, but after about 45 minutes, no one else showed up, and the man hadn't moved. He just sat there, staring at the pond. I wasn't sure if I should feel sorry for him or creeped out. Then, out of nowhere, he got up and walked toward me. He stopped across the campfire, sat down, and smiled over the flames. "Hope you don't mind if I warm up here. It's colder than I expected," he said. I nodded, trying to be polite but feeling uneasy. Something about his smile felt off. The rest of his face didn't match. His eyes looked tired and droopy, making the smile seem forced. "Do you have a tent? It's going to get even colder tonight," I asked. He shook his head, still smiling, but didn't look worried at all. We sat there in silence for about 10 minutes. During that time, I decided I wanted to leave, but I was nervous about packing up in front of him. The sun was almost down, so if I was going to leave, it had to be soon. I stood up, went to my tent, grabbed my sleeping bag, and started rolling it up. I could feel his eyes on me. When I turned around, he was staring, still with that unsettling smile. He stood up, kept his gaze on me, then walked back to the tree where he had been before. But instead of stopping, he continued walking into the woods and disappeared from sight. I paused, listening for his footsteps, but the forest was silent. I didn't know what was going on, but I was sure he'd come back. I hurriedly packed up my gear, and within 2 minutes, I was headed down the trail. I left the campfire burning, hoping if he was watching, he'd think I was still there. The 2-hour walk back was terrifying. Cold and dark, every moment worried I'd hear footsteps rushing behind me. I made it to my car safely. As I drove away, I noticed the muddy truck was gone. If that truck wasn't his, I have no idea how he got there. If I had stayed the night, something bad might have happened. Maybe he went into the woods to get something or waited for me to feel safe enough to sleep. Whatever he intended, the memory of that night still chills me to this day. This took place in 2017. Back then, I lived in a small, isolated town where everyone knew each other. The area was surrounded by flat land and thick forest. The main things to do for fun were hiking or camping. Otherwise, you had to drive about 45 minutes to the nearest slightly bigger town. My friend Jake and I loved camping, and one time he mentioned that another buddy had told him about a good camping spot. We decided to check it out. The place was just a 20-minute drive from the edge of town. There wasn't any official parking, so we just parked on the side of the road. The trail leading in was faint and narrow, clearly not used very often. After walking for about an hour, we finally reached the campsite. Apparently, there was supposed to be a nice view of a lake, but whoever told Jake about it must have been joking because there was no lake, just a murky, overgrown swamp. It looked like it might have been nice a few years back. We laughed it off, but then Jake pointed out a tent on the far side of the swamp. It was too distant to see any details, just a lone tent among the trees. I scanned the edge of the water and noticed someone standing there, directly across from us. They were just watching. I gave a small wave to ease the awkwardness. We figured they were probably the camper who owned the tent. We set up our tents on a small hill a little away from the swamp and went on with our day. We played some games and chatted. Every now and then, we glanced toward the water, and it struck us as odd that we never actually saw the person near their tent. They were either gone or wandering through the trees farther away. As it got dark, there were a few hours when the person seemed to disappear completely. We gathered wood to build a fire, set up our chairs, and made dinner. We were talking and laughing when Jake suddenly jumped out of his chair, eyes fixed on something behind me. I turned around. In the shadows, about 20 feet away, stood a figure with long, messy dark hair, dressed in dark clothes. The poor lighting made it impossible to tell if it was a man or woman or if they were holding anything. "Hey, are you all right?" Jake asked. I followed up with a quick, "Need help?" The figure paused for a moment, then quickly walked away. We were both unnerved, but we managed a shaky smile, trying to dismiss it like, "What was that about?" I don't remember exactly what explanation we came up with, but it must have been enough for us to continue with our night. Somehow, we even managed to sleep, probably because we were young and overconfident. In the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by Jake unzipping my tent and shaking me. He was breathing hard, eyes wide with fear. As I climbed out, he explained that he woke up to sounds outside his tent. When he unzipped it, he saw the same figure standing right next to my tent. When they noticed him, they took off running. Jake was seriously panicking, so I tried to stay calm. Our options were to risk walking back through the dark or stay put. We decided to keep the fire going and stay up until morning. We packed up our gear just in case we had to leave in a hurry. The moment daylight broke, we left. Later that day, we decided to file a report with the local police to warn others about the strange person. We didn't expect a response, but we got a call back asking us to come in for questioning. It turned out that the tent we saw belonged to someone who had been reported missing for over a month. They had searched the area but hadn't found anything else. The police showed us photos of the missing person, and Jake and I were both sure it wasn't the same person we'd seen. That realization was chilling. Whoever we encountered might have had something to do with the disappearance. If Jake hadn't woken up when he did, I might have been the next one to go missing. I was camping in a wooded area at the back of my property. I own a decent patch of forest, and sometimes I enjoy taking short camping trips there. The spot I cleared for camping is just a 10 to 15-minute walk from my house. It doesn't offer any amazing views or lakes, just a quiet, peaceful place to unwind in nature. This happened sometime in mid-autumn, and on that particular day, I headed out around 4 p.m. After arriving, I began setting up my campsite. While doing so, I noticed someone walking about 100 yards away in the woods. Since it was technically my land, it felt a little odd to see someone there. The neighboring properties bordered my land, so the only way they could have gotten there was by trespassing. I wasn't angry, just puzzled about how and why they were out there. They seemed to be walking toward my neighbor's property, away from my house, so I decided to ignore it. For the next 3 hours, everything was quiet. I lounged in my camping chair, listening to the calming sounds of the forest. As the sun set, the woods grew dark and a light fog settled in. I started a fire in the fire pit I had prepared, feeding it with logs and sticks. About an hour after nightfall, as I was adding more wood to the fire, I suddenly heard footsteps in the distance. I turned around and listened more closely. Someone was running full speed through the forest. The darkness made it impossible to see clearly, but I could hear them sprinting past my campsite, deeper into the woods, the sound fading into the distance. It was unmistakably a person, but I couldn't understand why someone would be running through the forest so late at night. The whole thing left me uneasy. I thought about packing up and heading home, but whoever it was didn't seem to notice or care about me. I decided to stay, figuring I was close enough to home if something happened. The night stayed quiet after that, and I kept the fire going for another 2 hours. Around 10 p.m., I let the fire burn out and crawled into my tent. I fell asleep quickly but didn't stay asleep long. I woke up to the sound of footsteps running toward my tent. My eyes snapped open as the footsteps stopped just outside, about a foot away. I sat up, and through the thin fabric of the tent, I could make out the outline of someone leaning back and forth, as if trying to see inside. Suddenly, I heard a tearing sound. My eyes shifted left, and I saw a knife cutting a slit in the fabric. Through the opening, a pair of eyes stared at me. Panic surged through me. I leapt up, bolted out of the tent, and screamed as I ran through the woods. My adrenaline kept me going until I reached my house. Thankfully, I didn't hear anyone following me. When I called the police and looked out the back window, I saw a figure standing among the trees, watching me. By the time officers arrived, whoever it was had disappeared. The next morning, The police returned to investigate the campsite, but no leads turned up, even after days of searching. The most frightening part wasn't just that someone was wandering around my property at night with a knife and cutting into my tent. It was the fact that they followed me back to my house. They knew where I lived. For the next month, I barely slept, constantly on edge. So far, nothing else has happened. If it does, I'll try to update you. My sister Mia and I moved to Utah a few years ago. We both loved the idea of living near the mountains, but neither of us could afford it alone. So we decided to split the rent on a townhouse just outside Salt Lake City. It turned out to be a great spot because we were only a short drive, about 15 minutes, from a vast range of hiking trails. One thing I should mention about these trails is that they're usually crowded. The area is so easy to reach for locals and tourists alike that finding solitude is tough most of the year. Because of this, my sister and I decided to plan a 3-day backpacking trip to get away from the usual crowds and hopefully find some peace and quiet. I left it to Mia to plan our route, and a couple of weeks later, we drove to the trailhead. When we arrived, there was just one other vehicle parked there. A dusty old pickup truck that looked like it had seen better days. Since there seemed to be only one other person hiking this path, we started off feeling positive. The first day was an 8-mile hike. The trail was mostly flat until the last few miles, where it started climbing up the side of a mountain. It was exhausting, but Mia promised the campsite would be worth it. And she was right. About 3/4 up the mountain, we found a small, level spot on the cliffside with an incredible view of the valley below. The sunset made it even more breathtaking. After soaking in the view, we pitched our tents and gathered some wood and rocks to build a fire pit. When the fire was burning steadily, we sat down and started chatting. We must have talked for at least 2 hours before we both heard something strange coming from the trail. We fell silent, listening to footsteps approaching our campsite. A minute later, a man stepped out of the darkness into the faint light of our fire. He wasn't using a headlamp, something every hiker knows is essential if you're out after dark. The moment he walked up, Mia and I both felt something was off. He was smiling, but the smile didn't feel right. "Need something?" Mia asked, standing up. The man looked at her, then at me, his smile fixed in place. He said he was a park officer and had been tracking us. He claimed the trail was closed for the season and we had to leave immediately. But something didn't add up. We knew the park was open, and we had even gotten permits just the day before. Plus, no ranger would be patrolling a mountain trail at night. If he wasn't who he claimed, then what was he doing there? Mia and I exchanged a glance, both of us thinking the same thing. We started asking questions, but the man cut us off. "You need to pack up now and come with me," he said firmly. "I'll take you back to the trailhead." We stood there, stunned. Something felt seriously wrong. The man didn't move, just stood by the fire with that unsettling grin. "We're staying here," Mia finally said. The man looked at her, then at me, still smiling. Without another word, he turned and walked back into the darkness. We were too scared to speak. For several minutes, we listened to make sure he wasn't coming back. Then we threw more dry wood on the fire, keeping it blazing. There was no chance we'd sleep that night. Every so often, we thought we heard footsteps, but we never saw him again. At sunrise, we packed up quickly, deciding to cut the trip short. We retraced our path back to the car. That same dusty pickup truck was still there, which made us wonder. Had that other hiker run into the same man? What happened to them? We reported the incident to the police, but they didn't find anything. It was clear the man had lied about being a park officer, and his attempt to lead us away in the middle of the night suggested he had something terrible in mind. We never found out what it was, but the thought that the other hiker might have learned the answer still haunts us. I used to go camping a lot with some friends from university. But after we finished our studies, everyone's schedules got so hectic we couldn't find time to go together. So I started camping by myself. There was a campsite we frequented back then, so I decided to stick with what I knew and went back there. It was a bit remote and not easy to reach, which was part of its appeal. Because there were more convenient spots nearby, this one was usually empty. Since I knew the route well, I arrived without any trouble and set up my gear. Not long afterward, a man appeared. He looked like a regular hiker, but he only carried a small backpack, definitely not enough for a tent or camping supplies. What puzzled me was that this place wasn't particularly scenic. It was a nice open spot surrounded by trees for camping, but if you weren't planning to stay overnight, there was no real reason to come out this far. At the time, I didn't give it much thought. He seemed normal enough. Maybe he just wanted some peace and quiet. I stayed near my tent while he stayed on the far end of the campground. Around 6 p.m., I stepped away to cook my dinner. As I was boiling water on my mini stove for a freeze-dried meal, I noticed the man finally leaving. It struck me as odd. It would be dark within the hour, and the hike back probably took about 3 hours. Still, I was glad to be on my own. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I finished eating and sat near my tent. I hung a small lantern on the tent side to enjoy the fading light. That's when it hit me. I was truly alone. Normally, this would be the time when my friends and I gathered around a campfire to chat. By myself, there wasn't much to do. After a while, I turned off the lantern, went inside the tent, and lay down for the night. Sometime later, I woke up to the sound of footsteps. The night was completely dark, and I had no idea how long I'd been sleeping. The footsteps grew louder, getting closer until they stopped at the other end of the campground. I fumbled for the lantern, switched it on, and unzipped the tent flap. About 20 feet away, a figure stood exactly where I'd seen that man earlier. From what I could make out, it seemed to be the same person. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there. At that time of night, it was deeply unsettling. When I turned on my light, he clearly saw me. "Hey, are you all right?" I called out. He didn't respond. I couldn't tell if he was facing me or turned away, and somehow both possibilities felt equally creepy. My heart pounded as I reached for the pocket knife in my backpack. I had no choice but to sit there and wait. The next 15 minutes were the longest of my life. The man barely moved. Then suddenly he turned and walked off the way he'd come. From his movements, I realized he had been facing me the whole time, just staring. A cold chill ran down my spine as his footsteps faded into the distance. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, staying alert in case he returned. As far as I know, he never did. When morning came, I packed up and left, making it home safely. I still don't know what that man's intentions were, but whatever they were, it was deeply disturbing. The thought that I might not have woken up in time still terrifies me. I haven't been camping since. A few nights ago, I was camping in a remote area not far from my home. I'm not much of a hiker, so I rarely go more than a mile or two on any trail. This spot was about 1.5 miles from where I had parked my car at the trailhead. I planned to spend the weekend there, camping by a river, with the intention of staying for 3 nights. On the third morning, I walked back to my car to grab my fishing gear and some extra snacks. I figured I'd spend the afternoon trying to catch some fish since I had the time. But when I returned to my campsite, I noticed another tent pitched farther down the riverbank. I didn't see anyone nearby. At first, I brushed it off, though it did occur to me that I hadn't come across anyone on the only trail that led to this part of the river. Still, I assumed there might be another route I wasn't aware of. I set up my fishing line and got to it. Every 20 minutes or so, I'd glance at the tent, but in the 3 hours I fished, I didn't see anyone appear. As the sun started setting, I packed up my gear and headed back to my camp. I ate a quick meal, gathered some wood for the fire, and waited for nightfall before lighting it. As soon as the flames flickered to life, I saw a shadow move in the trees ahead of me. The figure was just outside the fire's glow, and after that brief moment, the forest was pitch black again. I figured it was probably the person from the other tent collecting firewood. It was odd timing, but I decided not to let it bother me. I leaned back in my chair, taking in the peaceful view of the fire, sky, and river. It was so tranquil that I nearly dozed off right there. About 30 minutes later, I noticed movement beyond the fire. This time, I could make out several figures emerging from the trees. As they got closer, I counted 4 men heading straight for my campsite. My mind was racing, but I tried to stay calm, hoping they were just fellow campers needing assistance. When they stepped into the firelight, I saw they were all in their 30s or 40s, their faces expressionless. They kept walking until they were only a few feet away. Nervously, I stood up and asked what they wanted. None of them answered. 2 of the men moved behind me toward my tent, while the other 2 shoved me aside. At that point, it was clear what was happening, but I knew fighting back would only make things worse. The 2 men started rummaging through my belongings as the others forced me farther from my campsite. I kept trying to talk to them, but their cold, empty eyes made it clear they didn't care. I kept telling myself to stay calm and let them take whatever they wanted. But the men continued pushing and dragging me deeper into the forest, away from the light. After a minute or so, I could barely see anything, and the only sound was our footsteps crunching through the silent woods. We finally stopped. I turned to face them, my fear overwhelming me. One of the men reached for something, and without thinking, I bolted. My feet pounded against the leaves and dirt as I ran. I had a rough idea of the direction I needed to go and focused on reaching the trail. Once I found the path, I sprinted toward my car, glancing back but seeing no one following me. I jumped into my truck and drove away. Later, I reported everything to the police, but most of my gear was gone, and there were no clues about who they were. What they intended to do by dragging me into the woods is terrifyingly clear, and I feel incredibly lucky to have escaped with my life. The individual behind the famous YouTube channel Outdoor Adventures, which has 1.6 million followers, recently embarked on an unsettling challenge that pushed both his own courage and his audience's nerves to the edge. He ventured into a remote location, famous for a cave that is rumored to be haunted. The adventure begins with Alex preparing for a 24-hour solo camping experience in the cave, which is surrounded by local legends and tales shared by Alex's friends, claiming the place has an eerie presence. Almost as soon as Alex steps inside the cave, he begins to feel as though he's being watched. Strange sounds surround him. So, quite a bit of time has passed, and I'm still sitting here. I've heard 2 really odd noises now. The first one, I swear, was the ladder I climbed down on, swinging. Now, I could be imagining it, but I could have sworn I heard the ladder moving. Then there's this other strange noise. I can't put my finger on what it is, but it's definitely not normal. I don't think it's bats, but who knows? Anyway, it's about 11 p.m. right now, so I'm gonna have some baked beans. As Alex settles in and begins eating, the odd feeling deepens. Suddenly, an inexplicable noise sends a chill down his spine. Oh my God, that sound. Did you hear that? Look at my arms. I've got full goosebumps. As the night goes on, the strange noises increase. He hears things that can't be explained away by the wind. Guys, I really hope you heard that chain move just now. I'm 100% sure it's the chain I used to climb in. It's definitely moving. But the wind can't do that. It's way too heavy for that. No wind is coming in here at all. For real. Oh my God. Please tell me you heard that. Despite his growing fear and the mounting strangeness, Alex decides to stay for the whole night. After a brief moment of considering leaving early, he chooses to endure, hoping to make it until morning. By dawn, he's visibly shaken. "I just heard something again. Something that's not normal. I'm freaked out, honestly. That sound, it was weird. It's been around 2 hours since I last checked in with you guys. So it must be around 2 a.m. now. Good morning to you, it's finally morning. I've spent the whole night here, and those noises were the strangest I've ever heard. I'm not gonna lie, I had chills, but I'm still here, and I haven't been taken by a ghost or anything, so that's a good thing. The question remains, is this cave really haunted?" Alex's experience seems to support the eerie legends about the place. Meanwhile, another YouTube channel called Nomadic Row usually shares videos about van life and the wonders of nature. But in December 2017, it took a turn toward the unsettling. In a video from that year, Rowe describes an unnerving encounter that occurred while he was car camping in a parking lot at around 1:30 a.m. A hooded figure started circling his vehicle, snapping photos of the license plate. The area where Rowe was parked was completely dark, making it unlikely that the man knew anyone was inside the vehicle. "I think it was around 1:30 a.m. when I heard someone walking around my truck. If you've ever slept somewhere public and heard footsteps near your vehicle, you know it's a bit unsettling." Soon after, the guy pulls out his phone and starts taking pictures of the back of the truck. It seemed odd, especially at that time of night. The fear grows when the man starts to shine a flashlight inside the truck. Realizing that the stranger may not have known he was inside, Rowe decides to act. He bangs his fist against the inside of the truck to alert the man. You'll see here in a second that he comes back around and shines a flashlight into my camper shell. I bang on the window, and the guy immediately runs off. I guess he wasn't expecting that. While the man's intentions remain unclear, his odd behavior suggested something sinister, possibly even a carjacking attempt. Fortunately, Rowe's actions scared the man away, and he was able to sleep through the rest of the night without further incident. Shah, the daring adventurer behind the YouTube channel, often ventures into the hidden parts of the UK, sharing his solo camping journeys. His channel is a collection of beautiful landscapes and peaceful nights under the stars. But in February 2024, one of his trips took an unsettling turn. "I've parked by the side of the road, across from a clearing," he said. "After last week's encounter, I thought this week I'd head out to a more remote place to get some peace and quiet." On this particular adventure, Sean decided to leave his van by a road, next to a dense forest. After a few hours of exploring, he returned to the van and later went for another walk. Once back, he settled into his van, preparing for a quiet night. He signed off his video as he always did. "All being well, I'll see you in the morning. Good night." But as he drifted into sleep, the real story was just beginning. Around 3 a.m., Sean was suddenly woken by the sound of a car pulling up nearby. Listening carefully, he heard footsteps circling his van. His heart raced as he realized someone was outside. Quietly, he pulled back the curtains to see what was happening. The mysterious visitors hurriedly got back into their car and drove off into the night. But that wasn't the end of it. The next morning, Sean went to check the outside of his van. When he tried to open the door, he found it was stuck. Confused and alarmed, he forced it open, only to be met with a disturbing sight. Someone had used heavy-duty zip ties to lock the doors, trapping him inside. "My door's stuck," he said, noticing the zip ties securing it. "Look at that." As Sean examined his van, he saw the back door had also been tampered with. His mind raced with possibilities. Were they trying to steal fuel? Or were these locals upset by his presence? Or perhaps they were just playing pranks? Despite the terrifying experience, Sean's adventurous spirit remained intact. "I'm not giving up on my travels," he said, his determination as strong as ever. Daring Wood, also called the Screaming Forest, is known for holding the record as the most haunted location in the UK. A solo camper from the popular YouTube channel Camper Vibes is about to find out why. She arrived at Daring Wood looking for peace and solitude, hoping to escape her hectic life. Upon her arrival, she set up camp, noticing the thick silence surrounding the forest. Usually, she wasn't bothered by camping alone, but this time, a faint sense of unease settled over her that she couldn't shake. As night fell, Sarah began to explore her surroundings. At first, she heard faint whispers in the wind, so soft they almost seemed imagined, but she pushed the thought aside. After having dinner, she prepared for bed, but at 2 a.m., things started to take a terrifying turn. She began hearing strange sounds, which she feared could be footsteps. Not long after, she became sure that there were other people outside her tent, a realization that sent chills down her spine. What was that? I don't want to turn the light on, but I'm pretty sure there's someone, or more, out there, she muttered, panic rising in her voice. I've never been so desperate for daylight. As the night dragged on, Sarah could barely sleep, convinced that something had disturbed the local wildlife. As dawn finally broke, Sarah emerged from the woods, shaky and breathless. She reached her car, feeling the safety of the modern world contrast sharply with the terrifying night she had just survived. The cabin was nestled deep within the forest, far from any nearby town. I had rented it for a week, hoping to get away from everything and find some peace. The first few days were serene. I spent my time reading, hiking, and soaking in the silence. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves and the occasional chirp of birds. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness settled over the woods, I decided to light a fire in the old stone fireplace. The warmth and gentle crackling of the flames were comforting. I eased into a worn leather armchair, feeling the stress of city life slowly melt away. Later that night, I woke suddenly. The cabin was enveloped in complete darkness, the kind of blackness only found deep in the wilderness. I reached for my phone to check the time, but the battery was dead. Everything was silent, except for the occasional creaks and groans of the cabin's old wooden frame. I assured myself it was just the building settling and tried to fall back asleep. The following night, the same thing happened. I awoke in the dead of night, an unsettling feeling in my chest. This time, I thought I heard something outside. I lay still, listening carefully. There it was again, a faint rustling, like someone or something moving through the underbrush. I got up, grabbed a flashlight, and shone it out the window. The beam sliced through the darkness, but I saw nothing out of place. Over the next few days, the sense of being watched grew more intense. Though I tried to enjoy the trip, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. On the fourth night, the noises outside became clearer. Footsteps crunched through the leaves, stopping just outside the cabin's door. I spent the whole night wide awake, gripping the flashlight tightly and staring at the door until the first rays of morning. That was enough. The next morning, I decided to cut my trip short. I hurriedly packed my things, a sense of urgency pressing on me. As I loaded my car, I noticed footprints in the dirt around the cabin. They definitely weren't mine. The hair on my neck stood up. I tossed the rest of my gear into the car and drove away without a second glance. When I reached the edge of the forest and saw the paved road, a wave of relief washed over me. I never figured out who or what was lurking in the woods, but I didn't care. I was just glad to leave. I realized then that the tranquility I had been searching for sometimes comes at a cost. The forest kept its own secrets, and I was fortunate to escape unharmed. As I drove away, a mix of fear and relief filled me. The cabin, for all its rustic charm, hadn't given me the peaceful retreat I'd imagined. Instead, The experience made me appreciate the safety and familiarity of city life. The adventure had been real, but I was thankful to be going home. That evening, as I unpacked my bags, something strange caught my attention. In the pocket of my jacket, there was a small, dirty scrap of paper. My hands shook as I unfolded it. In a messy, shaky script, the words, "I saw you," were scrawled. A chill crawled up my spine. My mind raced, trying to figure out how it had gotten there. But I had no answers. The realization hit me hard. Whoever or whatever had been in those woods had been much closer than I had thought. I tried to shake the fear off, but as I looked around my familiar apartment, the comfort I usually felt was replaced by a cold dread. That night, I locked every door and window, but sleep remained elusive. The forest was behind me, but its secrets seemed to follow. The peace I'd sought was gone, replaced by a single haunting question. Who had been watching me, and would they try to find me again? I decided to go for a solo walk in the woods to clear my thoughts. It was a warm afternoon, and the sunlight filtered through the branches, casting patterns on the ground. At first, the trail was easy to follow, taking me further into the forest. I felt at peace, surrounded by the sounds of birds singing and leaves rustling in the breeze. As I ventured deeper, the path became harder to see. The trees grew more closely packed, and thick bushes blocked my way. I glanced at my phone, but there was no signal. I had made a few wrong turns, but I was sure I could find my way back. I pressed on, the sound of leaves crunching underfoot. After about an hour, I realized I was lost. The forest seemed endless, and everything looked the same. My heart started to race as fear took hold. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. I remembered reading survival tips about getting through the woods. I decided to retrace my steps, following my own tracks as best I could. The sun started to set, and shadows stretched across the forest floor. The darkening woods made me stumble over roots and branches, my fear growing with every minute. The cheerful bird songs had faded, replaced by the eerie calls of nighttime creatures. I wished I had packed a flashlight and more water. Wandering without direction, I finally saw a small clearing up ahead. Relief washed over me when I spotted an old, broken-down hut. I rushed toward it, hoping for help or at least a safe place to rest. The hut was empty, but it offered shelter for the night. Searching my backpack, I found a granola bar and a little water. It wasn't much, but it would have to be enough. I spent a restless night in the hut, listening to the strange sounds outside. Sleep was hard to come by, but at last, the first light of dawn filled me with hope. Determined to get back, I set out again. In the daylight, I noticed the trail signs I had missed before. Hours passed, and my legs felt heavy with exhaustion. But finally, I recognized some familiar spots. The trees began to thin, and I spotted the parking lot in the distance. A wave of relief crashed over me as I reached my car. I had never been so glad to see it. I paused for a moment, catching my breath and reflecting on the experience. I learned a tough lesson that day about the importance of preparation and respect for nature. The forest was beautiful but demanded caution. As I drove away, I felt thankful for the lessons it taught me. I knew I'd return someday, better equipped for the adventure. Just as I glanced in the rearview mirror, something sent a chill down my spine. Standing at the forest's edge was a figure, watching me. It was too far away to make out clearly, but I could feel its presence. I pressed on the gas, eager to put as much distance as possible between me and those woods. That night, the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. Every noise and shadow in my home seemed louder and darker. I lay awake, replaying the day's events in my mind. Just as I started to drift off, a faint rustling sound came from outside my window. My heart pounded as I forced myself to look. There, at the edge of my yard, barely visible in the darkness, stood the same figure. I never went back to those woods. I always had a deep love for the woods, the towering trees, the melodies of birds, and the rustling leaves. It felt like a calm place where my thoughts were clear. One weekend, I chose to go camping alone to ease my mind. I packed a tent, some food, and a flashlight and left early in the morning. The hike to my usual spot was peaceful and pleasant. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting long shadows on the forest floor. As I walked further in, the noise of the town disappeared, replaced by the quiet sounds of nature. I found a small clearing beside a trickling brook and set up my tent. After a quick meal, I decided to explore the surroundings. Something about the woods felt different this time. The trees seemed taller, their branches more gnarled. I noticed a thin, nearly hidden trail, and curiosity urged me to follow it. The path led me deeper into the woods, where the light dimmed and the air turned chilly. A feeling of unease settled over me as the usual sounds of the forest faded, replaced by an eerie silence. I stumbled across an old, abandoned shack, partly covered by tangled vines. It looked like no one had been there for decades. Carefully, I stepped closer. The wooden door creaked as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was damp and stale, filled with the scent of rot and mildew. Broken furniture and shredded clothing were scattered on the dusty floor. Suddenly, a noise outside made me freeze. The unmistakable crunch of footsteps on dry leaves sent my heart racing. I crept to the window and peeked out, but I saw no one. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I knew it was time to go. As I stepped out, I heard the sound again, even closer this time. My instincts told me to run, but I forced myself to stay calm and retrace my way back to camp. The forest now seemed darker, and every rustle or snapping twig echoed in the silence. I moved as quickly as I could without breaking into a sprint. After what felt like forever, I finally saw the familiar clearing with my tent. Relief washed over me, but I didn't feel safe yet. I hastily packed my gear, eager to leave before nightfall. As I hiked back to the trailhead, the heavy feeling gradually disappeared. The forest began to feel normal again, filled with the songs of birds and the hum of insects. By the time I reached my car, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the trees. I drove away, the sense of unease lingering but fading with each mile. Later, sitting safely in my living room, I reflected on what had happened. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe the woods held secrets I wasn't meant to find. I knew I'd return someday, drawn by the beauty and mystery of the forest. But next time, I'd be more careful, more aware of the fine line between curiosity and safety. A few days later, I went back to the woods, this time with a friend. We followed the same path, and I showed him where I'd seen the shack. But when we got there, the shack was gone. Not a single trace left. My friend laughed, saying I must have imagined it, but I knew what I had seen. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I woke up sweating, the image of the shack vivid in my mind. As I lay in bed, I heard a faint creaking sound, like an old wooden door opening. Forcing myself to check, I found everything normal. The next morning, I discovered strange footprints outside my window leading back toward the forest. They were large, unlike any animal tracks I recognized. A chill went through me as I realized whatever had been in that shack was now following me. I moved away from that town not long after, but I never forgot the feeling of being watched. Sometimes on quiet nights, I still hear that soft creaking sound, and I know that whatever it was, it hasn't forgotten me either. I'd always been drawn to the woods. It was my refuge, a place to clear my mind and breathe freely. But that evening, something felt different. The sun sank faster than usual, leaving me with just enough light to make my way back. I had wandered further than I intended, exploring unfamiliar paths and losing track of time. As I turned to head home, the air grew chilly, and the trees seemed to press closer. The usual sounds of birds and insects faded into an unsettling quiet. My footsteps echoed too loudly in the stillness. I picked up my pace, trying to shake the growing sense that someone, or something, was nearby. The trail I was on became unrecognizable. I tried retracing my steps, but every direction looked the same. A wave of panic hit me. I pulled out my phone, but there was no signal, and the battery was nearly dead. I cursed myself for not charging it before leaving. With no other choice, I kept moving, hoping I was heading the right way. The darkness was closing in quickly, and I knew I had to get out before it was pitch black. I stumbled over roots and tangled undergrowth, my heart pounding in my ears. After what seemed like an eternity, I noticed a faint light flickering through the trees. I pushed toward it, praying it meant safety. As I got closer, I saw a small clearing with an old cabin at its center. Relief flooded me. I knocked on the door, but there was no response. The place seemed deserted. At least it was shelter. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was stale and everything was covered in dust, but it was better than the cold, dark forest. In a drawer, I found a box of matches and lit a candle. The tiny flame brought a bit of comfort. I sat on a wobbly chair, trying to calm my racing thoughts. How did I end up here? How would I get back? I must have dozed off because when I woke, sunlight was streaming through the cracked windows. Hope surged through me. Outside, I saw a path leading away from the cabin. It looked well-trodden, like others had used it often. I followed it, and after what felt like an hour, I emerged at the edge of the woods. The familiar sight of the road back to town was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. My legs trembled with relief as I hurried toward it. When I finally got home, I was drained but safe. The forest had shown me a darker side, but I'd made it through. I knew I'd return one day, but next time I'd be more careful and better prepared. The woods were still my escape, but now I respected them more than ever. A few days later, my curiosity got the best of me. I searched for information about the cabin online. What I found chilled me to the bone. The cabin had once been a hideout for a serial killer in the 1980s, someone who was never caught. There were stories of strange sightings and unexplained disappearances in that area. My blood froze as I realized how close I'd come to real danger. That night, lying in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The darkness in my room felt heavier, the shadows shifting in unnatural ways. Then I heard it, a faint creak, like an old wooden door slowly opening. My heart pounded. I knew I had locked the doors, but I couldn't shake the fear that something, or someone, had followed me. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I set up my tent in a small clearing I had chosen for my solo camping trip. The forest surrounding me was still and quiet, the kind of silence that makes you feel truly alone, yet strangely observed. I had driven to this remote area to escape the constant buzz of city life and find some peace. After a simple meal of canned soup and bread, I decided to turn in early. The woods were shrouded in darkness, with just a faint glow from the moon filtering through the branches. I crawled into my sleeping bag, the crisp night air whispering through the tent's mesh windows. As I started to drift off, the familiar sounds of the forest soothed me. Crickets chirping, leaves rustling gently, and the occasional hoot of an owl. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I woke up abruptly. My heart was pounding, though I couldn't figure out why. I stayed completely still, straining my ears for anything unusual. At first, there was nothing but the usual forest sounds. Then I heard it, a faint rustling not far from the tent. I tried to convince myself it was just a small animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but the sound grew louder, and I realized I was hearing heavy footsteps. These weren't the quick, light movements of a wild animal. They were slow, deliberate steps. I held my breath, my body rigid with fear. My mind raced, remembering all the unsettling stories I'd heard about people meeting strangers in the woods. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent. My heart thudded so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. My breaths were shallow and rapid. Then I heard the tent's zipper begin to move. I froze, fear rooting me in place. The flap opened gradually, and a shadowy figure appeared. My mind blanked out and instinct took over. I grabbed the small flashlight beside me and flicked it on, aiming the beam at the figure's face. It was a man, scruffy, disheveled, with wild eyes that glared back at me in the light. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice trembling. He said nothing, just stood there with a mixture of confusion and menace on his face. Desperate, I snatched up my whistle and blew it as hard as I could. The piercing sound shattered the night's silence, startling the man. He backed away, muttering something incomprehensible, then turned and vanished into the shadows. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat up, flashlight and whistle clutched tightly, waiting for his return. But the footsteps never came back. When dawn finally broke, I packed up my things as quickly as I could, constantly glancing over my shoulder. I didn't breathe easy until I was in my car, driving away from that eerie place. The experience rattled me deeply. It taught me the importance of being prepared and staying vigilant. I never camped alone after that, always choosing busy campsites. That night could have ended much worse, but I was lucky. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, hidden in the trees. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those wild eyes staring back. Even now, safe at home, I can't escape the sense of being watched. The memory of those footsteps follows me into my dreams. I know I got away that night, but a part of me wonders if he's still out there, waiting for someone else. One weekend, I decided to go on a solo camping trip. I needed to escape the hustle and bustle, so I gathered my gear and drove to a peaceful area in the hills. The drive took a while, but the scenery was beautiful. Tall pines, a bright sky, and the sound of chirping birds made me feel at ease. I found a nice spot beside a gentle creek, pitched my tent, and built a small fire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I cooked a simple dinner and soaked in the silence. Once it was fully dark, I decided to sleep. Around midnight, I was startled awake by an odd noise just outside my tent. It sounded like slow, deliberate footsteps. I tried convincing myself it was a wild animal, but these steps were too heavy and too measured. My heart pounded as I lay perfectly still, straining to listen. The footsteps grew closer, circling the tent. I held my breath, hoping whoever or whatever it was would lose interest. After a few tense moments, the noise stopped. I waited silently, and everything fell still again. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep, though my nerves were still on edge. When morning came, I stepped out of my tent and noticed large footprints around the campsite. They resembled human tracks, only bigger than any I'd seen before. A wave of unease washed over me, but I knew I had to stay calm. I quickly packed up my things, deciding it was time to leave. As I made my way to the car, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. Every rustle in the bushes made me flinch. I tried to focus on the trail and control my rising fear. When I finally reached my car, relief flooded over me. I started the engine and drove away, but the unsettling feeling lingered. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone behind me. The road was empty, but I couldn't relax until I was home. Once inside, I locked all the doors and windows, finally feeling secure for the first time in hours. The experience haunted me for weeks. I couldn't explain the strange footprints or the sensation of being watched. One thing I learned: sometimes you have to trust your instincts. Nature isn't always as peaceful as it seems. Now, I never go camping alone. I always bring friends and stick to familiar places. That trip taught me to respect the wilderness and the mysteries it holds. But even now, when I'm in bed at night, I sometimes hear those same footsteps circling my tent in my mind. And every now and then, I wake up feeling like unseen eyes are watching me from the shadows of my own room. I may never know what was out there, but I'm sure of one thing: it knows where I am. It was the beginning of summer when I decided to go on a solo road trip in my camper van. I needed to get away from the city and thought some time alone in nature would do me good. I packed my things, filled up the gas tank, and set off, excited for some peace and quiet. The first few days were amazing. I explored little towns, enjoyed scenic routes, and camped in beautiful places each night. On the fourth day, I ended up in a secluded area surrounded by thick forest. The isolation was exactly what I had been craving. That evening, I parked my van in a small clearing near a tranquil lake. The water was still, mirroring the colors of the setting sun. I made a simple meal, watched the stars appear in the sky, and felt completely relaxed. Before going to sleep, I made sure the doors were locked and the windows were closed tight. I felt secure inside my little van. In the middle of the night, I suddenly woke up to a strange noise. It sounded like footsteps circling my van. My heart pounded as I listened carefully. The steps were slow and deliberate, moving around me. I stayed still, barely daring to breathe, trying to hear more. After a few minutes, the sound stopped. I told myself it must have been an animal and tried to sleep again. But the silence didn't last. A faint tapping on the driver's side window startled me awake. My stomach clenched with fear as the tapping grew louder and more persistent. Summoning my courage, I peeked through the curtain, but saw nothing. The minutes dragged on as the tapping continued. I didn't dare move, terrified of making a sound. Without warning, the van shook violently, like someone was trying to force the door open. Panic took hold of me. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering my location and what was happening to the operator. She told me help was on the way, but it would take time because of how remote the area was. She stayed on the line, trying to keep me calm. Meanwhile, the shaking and tapping stopped, replaced by a chilling silence. I felt trapped, too afraid to move. Eventually, I heard sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me as the sound grew nearer. When the police arrived, they found nothing around the van except some footprints. Whoever or whatever had been there was gone. The officers stayed with me until sunrise, helped me pack up, and advised me to camp somewhere safer. I decided to cut my trip short and head back home. The peace and solitude I had wanted were now shattered by fear. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. Every rustling leaf or snapping twig made my heart race. When I finally got back to the safety of the city, I let out a breath of relief. But that night, as I lay in my bed, I heard the same slow, deliberate footsteps outside my window. My heart froze. The city lights brought no comfort. Whatever had followed me in the woods was still there, haunting me. Here's a rephrased version of the story with slight changes to ensure it avoids copyright concerns while maintaining the original length and essence. I'd always been someone who thrived on excitement. I lived for adventure. But when my family decided to relocate to what felt like the far end of civilization, my usual thrill was replaced with a knot of worry. Our new home was surrounded by thick, shadowy woods that seemed to devour any trace of daylight, making even noon feel like twilight. The first day passed in a haze of unpacking and dodging my parents' cheerful attempts to frame the move as a big, fun adventure. They couldn't understand how I felt. To them, this was a new beginning. To me, it was a banishment. As the afternoons stretched on, an urge to explore grew inside me. Maybe if I got a sense of the land, I could discover something to appreciate about this strange place. Ignoring my mom's reminder to stay nearby, I set off. The forest called to me with a mysterious, eerie charm I couldn't ignore. At first, I stayed close to the edge, following faint animal paths that wove through the underbrush. But the deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to close around me. The branches blocked out the sun until everything was bathed in dim, dusky light. It was both exhilarating and unnerving. The woods felt alive, aware, and not exactly friendly. I was on the verge of turning back, the silence and shadows gnawing at my resolve, when I spotted something near the roots of an ancient, gnarled tree. Something dark and unusual lay partially buried under a heap of leaves. Curiosity overcame my fear, and I stepped off the trail for a closer look. It was a stone, but not like any I'd seen before. Perfectly smooth and pitch black, it looked like a fragment of the night sky had fallen to the ground. As I picked it up and examined it, the forest exploded into chaos. Birds shrieked and launched from the trees in a flurry of wings and panic. My heart hammered, and instinctive fear took over. I shoved the stone into my pocket and bolted, not caring which way I went, just needing to get away from the chaos and the creeping dread. I don't know how long I ran. When the noise finally stopped, I was breathless, my sides aching. The silence was sudden and jarring. The usual sounds of the woods, rustling leaves and distant bird calls, had vanished, leaving an eerie, oppressive stillness. Panic surged as I realized I was hopelessly lost. The fading daylight turned the trees into twisted silhouettes. Every tiny noise made me jump. I struggled to calm down, to think clearly. I needed to find my way back before darkness completely took over. But just as I was deciding which way to go, I felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. My skin prickled, and fear gripped me. Something was out there, hidden in the shadows, observing me. I should have been terrified, should have run screaming back the way I came. Instead, a strange curiosity pulled me forward, urging me to uncover the secrets lurking in the dark. Steeling myself, I took a deep breath and stepped ahead, determined to confront whatever waited. Waking up in a hospital bed was the last thing I expected. The steady beeping of a monitor was the only sound in the sterile room, a stark contrast to the chaos of the woods. I tried to sit up, but pain shot through my back, pinning me down. That's when the memories came rushing back. The birds, the stone, the eyes. My mom was sleeping in a chair beside me, worry etched on her face. Seeing her like that made me feel guilty for what I'd put her through. I must have stirred because she woke up, her eyes widening with relief. "You're okay?" she whispered, more to herself than to me, gripping my hand tightly, as if afraid I'd vanish. I wanted to ask so many questions, but my voice wouldn't come. I just nodded, still trying to piece together how I'd ended up here. A nurse arrived, cheerfully telling me I'd been missing for 2 weeks. That didn't make sense. I'd only been in the woods for a couple of hours. My confusion must have been obvious because my mom gave me a look that promised we'd talk later. Once we were alone, she filled in the gaps. They hadn't noticed I was gone until nightfall. They searched the house and the yard, then called the police. Days turned into a week, and still no trace of me. The entire town joined the search, combing the woods over and over. Hearing about the endless search parties and sleepless nights made me feel both guilty and disconnected. To me, it had been a few hours. For them, it was 2 agonizing weeks. "We finally found you," my mom said, her voice trembling. "Just lying at the edge of the woods, as if you'd fallen asleep. But I hadn't been sleeping. I'd been fleeing something terrifying, something I couldn't understand. The mystery deepened when I looked at my back in the mirror. The wound was there, bandaged neatly, though I had no idea how it happened. And even in the safety of the hospital, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I left the hospital, relief and unease warred inside me. I wanted to go home, but the thought of returning to the woods filled me with dread. The car ride was quiet, each of us lost in thought. As we neared the house, I felt that prickling sense of being watched again. I brushed it off as paranoia, but deep down I knew better. The woods had changed me, and whatever was there, it wasn't finished with me. Home should have been a safe place, but as we pulled into the familiar driveway, a chill ran down my spine. The dark trees loomed, holding secrets I couldn't begin to fathom. That night in my own bed should have been comforting, but it wasn't. Shadows moved, and every sound made me jump. More than once, I found myself staring out the window, expecting to see glowing red eyes, but there was only darkness. The next morning, amid the relief and hugs, I felt alone. No one else could understand what I'd been through. The stone, the chase, the eyes. It all felt like a nightmare, but the ache of my wound reminded me it was real. While unpacking, I found the stone again in the evidence box. This dark surface seemed to absorb the light. Picking it up, I shivered. I should have gotten rid of it, but I couldn't. It felt like a clue to everything that had happened. The disturbances began quietly. Taps on windows, whispers in the air. I told myself it was just my imagination, but I knew better. Something had come back with me. Then, one night, the thumping started. Rhythmic, like a heartbeat echoing through the walls. My parents heard it too. It wasn't just in my head. We were all caught in this. The fear climaxed when I saw it. A shadow at the window, too big and too strange to be human. Its glowing red eyes locked onto mine, full of malice. I screamed, though I don't remember it. My parents found me trembling on the floor, but the shadow was gone. In the days that followed, I struggled to understand. The woods had marked me. I wasn't the same kid anymore. And the stone? I kept it hidden, a reminder of the thin line between our world and the darkness beyond. I've always found comfort in the wild, untamed places where nature speaks softly and roars loudly, revealing its beauty to those who wait patiently to listen. My camera, an extension of who I am, has captured both the tranquil and the fierce, from the silent dance of the auroras to the intense pursuit of a cougar. My life swings between quiet isolation and the sudden rush of capturing untold stories of the wilderness. But that day, as I sat editing photos from a recent trip, the phone rang, pulling me out of my thoughts into a new mystery. The voice on the line was sharp, authoritative. "We need your skills here," it said. The Pyrenees, a landscape so different from the rolling plains and thick woods I knew, called to me. Local authorities, out of their depth in this vast wilderness where multiple hikers had vanished, needed my help. The suspicion was a wolf pack, but without proof, it was just that, a suspicion. The offer came with a generous sum, enough to cover the deposit on the new SUV I'd been eyeing. Adventure and necessity aligned. I couldn't say no. Packing was a familiar ritual. Camera gear, laptop, survival essentials. Each item a reflection of my years spent exploring nature's wonders and dangers. The flight to France blurred by in a haze of anticipation and mental preparation. What awaited me was unknown. A puzzle hidden in the towering, foreboding mountains. At the airport, I met Ethan, the team leader. His handshake was strong, a sign of quiet resilience. His briefing was detailed. These disappearances weren't new, but their frequency and lack of evidence were unsettling. Torn clothing and blood stains hinted at a grim story waiting to be pieced together. Our camp was set at the edge of a dense forest, where civilization met the untamed wild. Ethan introduced me to the rest of the team, experienced mountaineers and rescue workers whose determined eyes mirrored my own resolve. But beneath that, I sensed a quiet unease, a tension the stunning scenery couldn't erase. The snow-covered peaks were breathtaking, the light and shadows painting an ethereal glow across untouched drifts, a reminder of nature's duality, its magnificent beauty and, as our mission suggested, its capacity for sudden brutality. Ethan's final briefing was a sobering reminder of our task. The map spread before us traced not just our route but our purpose, to bring back answers where none existed. His advice on handling wolves, though meant to reassure, felt like a warning of danger we hoped to avoid. My experience capturing wildlife through a camera lens gave me little comfort that night. As I lay in my tent, excitement clashed with the weight of our mission. My thoughts drifted to the missing hikers, to the stories their absence told. Sleep was hard-won, and when it came, it brought dreams filled with the haunting howls of unseen predators. Dawn's light cast a golden resolve over the team as we prepared. Ethan's eyes met mine, an unspoken acknowledgement of the road ahead. We stepped into the forest, the unknown waiting with open jaws. The morning chill bit at my skin as we moved forward, a thin mist clinging to the ground. The Pyrenees loomed silently, hiding secrets in their snow-covered folds. Ethan led us with urgency, each step careful, each glance at the tree line watchful. Sophie, Daniel, and I followed, each lost in thought, united by a mission that felt heavier with every step. The sun climbed slowly, shadows stretching across the snow. I lifted my camera, unable to resist capturing the beauty, a stark contrast to our grim purpose. The forest absorbed us, our footsteps the only sign of life. I'd explored wild places before, but this forest was unervingly silent, as if it held its breath. A few hours in, Ethan raised his hand, signaling us to stop. We gathered around the map, its lines a poor guide to the complex terrain. "We'll split up here," he said quietly. "Check in every hour." His eyes met mine briefly, a silent question of readiness. I paired with Daniel, a quiet man, his presence as rugged as the landscape. Our path was a narrow trail through thick trees, snow untouched except for animal tracks. We called out, our voices hanging in the cold before the silence swallowed them. "Hello? Anyone?" No response. Time blurred into regular radio check-ins. "Nothing here." Ethan's voice crackled through the static. He and Sophie had found no sign either. The tension weighed on us, pressing harder with each unanswered call. Reluctantly, we decided to spread out further. Ethan's warning to stay on the trail echoed in my mind. Daniel's purposeful stride led us deeper into the wilderness. I struggled to keep up, my camera forgotten. The forest closed in, every sound a spike of adrenaline. Were the wolves watching us? Unseen? Our goal was a clearing marked on the map, a brief escape from the forest's grip. But as hours passed and radio silence continued, dread grew in my mind. When we reached the clearing, it was empty.
No Ethan. No Sophie.
Just untouched snow and an oppressive quiet. Daniel's attempts to radio them were met with static. His frustration mirrored my fear. "We need to head back," he said, uncertainty in his voice. But retracing our steps felt futile. The forest seemed to toy with us. The realization that Ethan and Sophie were missing cut through the cold. Daniel's weathered face tightened. We had strayed from the main trail, a reckless choice. The forest, a maze of shadows, mocked our calls. The static on the radio was an indifferent hiss. Fear settled like a rock in my gut. We agreed silently to return to the clearing. The terrain grew harsh. The snow-covered mountains felt like a cruel joke. The clearing remained empty. Daniel cursed, his fear raw. Light faded, and with it, hope. We were intruders here, prey to the unknown. The return to camp was a blur of exhaustion and despair. When we arrived, the camp felt hollow, the absence of Ethan and Sophie a deep wound. That night, the fire's weak warmth did little to comfort us. We were lost in more ways than one, trapped in a mystery with no answers. Sleep was elusive, filled with sounds of the forest and nightmares of unseen threats. Dawn brought no comfort, just the harsh reality that we had to go back. The search was no longer just a mission. It was a test of our courage against the wilderness's cold indifference. As we set out again, I realized the true fear wasn't the dark or the cold, but the silence, the lack of answers that haunted us. When the investigation ended, the mystery remained unsolved. The bite marks on Ethan and Sophie didn't match any known animal. The implications were chilling. What had hunted us, the wild, once my refuge, now felt like a place of hidden dangers. I returned to my work, but the wilderness was no longer just a muse. It was a puzzle, a question I needed to answer. The call of the wild, once an invitation, now felt like a warning. A reminder of how thin the line is between us and the unknown. I've never been much of an outdoors person. I've always enjoyed the comfort of being inside. So when my friend Mike invited me over to his place, I didn't expect our day to take such a terrifying twist. It was a blazing hot Tuesday morning, typical for midsummer, and Mike and I were tucked indoors, completely absorbed in our video games. His mom was busy in the kitchen, filling the air with the mouth-watering scent of breakfast. His dad had already left for work, and the house echoed with our laughter and the crackle of frying bacon. We were typical 16-year-old boys, dressed in hoodies, worn-out jeans, and trendy sneakers. Mike, always the competitive one, teased me about my gaming skills. "You're terrible at this game, Jake," he smirked, to which I shot back a sarcastic reply. Our friendly banter was interrupted when Mike's younger sister walked in, teasing us about our early gaming session. Soon, the smell of breakfast drew us all to the kitchen. After we ate, Mike's mom told us they'd be visiting Uncle Steve's house, meaning we'd have the place to ourselves until the next day. We jumped at the chance. Hours flew by in our gaming marathon until boredom crept in. Mike then suggested we go outside and check out a nearby trail, promising it'd be fun. I reluctantly agreed, but only after he promised to give me $5. We set off down the Birchwood Trail, but I couldn't shake a weird feeling. The peaceful sounds of birds and rustling leaves soon felt eerie. A faint whisper brushed my ear, making me shiver. Mike waved off my concern, but the sensation of being watched stuck with me. Deeper into the trail, I glimpsed something, a figure wearing black and white. I called out, but there was no reply, and the figure disappeared instantly. Mike said I was imagining things, but the dread refused to leave me. As the sun began to set, we hurried to get out of the woods. The growing darkness made everything feel worse. Then we heard a deep growl from the shadows. Fear took hold as we grabbed our flashlights. The beam revealed a horrifying sight. A pale, naked creature with glowing red eyes, standing about 7 feet tall. It showed its razor-sharp teeth, growling menacingly. Paralyzed with fear, we realized this was no ordinary forest animal. Panic hit us, and adrenaline took over. We ran, ducking into some bushes, praying the creature wouldn't find us. Its presence loomed nearby, hunting for us. Driven by desperation, we bolted toward safety, guided only by the eerie sounds of the forest. We finally escaped the woods and raced back to Mike's house, breathless and terrified. That nightmarish encounter left us shaken, haunted by the unexplainable horrors we'd faced. As the moon lit up the quiet street, I swore I'd never go back into those woods again. forever haunted by the memory of that unnatural terror. My name is Alex, and I've lived all of my 18 years in a quiet country town in Wisconsin, where the trees are more plentiful than people, and the sky seems to stretch forever. I share my life here with my twin sister, Mia, our younger sisters, Ellie and Harper, and our parents. Growing up in such a place, I developed a love for the outdoors. Whether I was wandering through the dense forests around our home or scaling the rocky cliffs that bordered our town, there was nowhere else I'd rather be. But tonight was different. Tonight was all about family, laughter, and a little bit of mischief. It was one of those rare nights when everyone was home and all the usual outdoor adventures took a back seat. Our normally peaceful house was filled with laughter and whispers. Ellie and Harper had their friend Jamie over for a sleepover. I lay back on my bed, a forgotten book on my lap, listening to the muffled giggles from across the hall. Mia appeared in my doorway, eyes sparkling with the same excitement that seemed to hang in the air. "Come on, Alex. Don't be boring," she teased, tugging my arm. "I'm not boring," I said with a smile that gave away my true feelings. "I'm just really comfortable right now. Go ahead. I'll come in a minute." She rolled her eyes but left laughing, joining the others. I leaned back, the comfort of my bed pulling me into a state of relaxed drowsiness. Then the night changed. It was around midnight when a bone-chilling sound shattered the calm. A series of deep, guttural screams echoed through the night, coming from every direction and none at once. First, I thought it was just the girls messing around. But then my phone buzzed. "Did you hear that?" Ellie's text popped up, sending a chill down my spine. "Yeah. Wasn't it you guys?" I replied, trying to sound casual. "No, it came from the woods," she texted back. My heart sank. This wasn't normal. I sprang out of bed and rushed to their room. What I saw was pure chaos. Ellie's eyes were wide with fear, Harper was rubbing the sleep from her eyes, and Mia looked like she'd seen a ghost. We huddled together, the unknown pressing in on us. The screams came again, closer and more desperate. "What is that?" Harper whispered, fear in her voice. "Maybe it's coyotes?" Ellie guessed, but Mia shook her head. "No, this sounds different." The room went silent, the tension thick. "I'm scared," Harper admitted, speaking for all of us. In that moment, we weren't just siblings anymore. We were a team bound by fear. Jamie stirred, mumbling sleepily, "I don't want to play this game anymore," before drifting back to an uneasy sleep. Her innocent words hung heavily in the air. "Should we ask Dad to check it out?" Ellie suggested, but the idea of anyone going outside alone was quickly dismissed. If we were going to face whatever was out there, we'd face it together. Flashlights in hand, we stepped into the night, unaware that what awaited us was beyond anything we could imagine. The woods at night are a completely different world. Shadows twisted around the trees, and the rustling leaves sounded more like whispers. My heart pounded, and I could hear my sister's nervous breathing. We moved as one, our flashlights creating a fragile bubble of light. "We should have stayed inside," Harper whispered, and I silently agreed. "It's not far," Mia said, trying to sound confident, but her voice shook. Every snap twig made us jump. Suddenly, the screams returned, louder and more real. They weren't from animals. They were too filled with a chilling, human-like emotion. We should have turned back, but something drove us forward, maybe the need to protect our home or sheer stubbornness. Then my flashlight beam caught a figure. It took my brain a moment to process what I was seeing. It was tall, unnaturally so, with pale skin that seemed to glow in the dim light. Its limbs were long and thin, with hands ending in disturbingly long, twisted fingers. But the worst part was its face, or the lack of one. Instead of eyes, there were small black holes, and its mouth was a wide, sinister grin filled with jagged teeth. "I don't want to play this game anymore," it said. But the voice was Jamie's, and it was all wrong, mocking, chilling. We stood paralyzed as more of these creatures slipped out of the shadows, surrounding us. Their hollow eyes and terrifying smiles were nightmares made real. "I don't want to play this game anymore," they chanted in unison, their voices a haunting chorus. Panic seized me. "Run!" I screamed. We bolted, crashing through the woods, the creature's laughter chasing us. We ran with no plan, driven by the need to survive. The familiar forest felt like a maze of terror, each shadow a threat. My lungs burned as I pushed harder, fear keeping me going. Finally, the outline of the old shed appeared, a tiny beacon of hope. Mia got there first, yanking open the door, and we stumbled inside. Ellie slammed the door behind us, locking it with shaking hands. The shed was cramped and smelled of old wood and tools, but it felt like a fortress. We huddled together in the dark, flashlights off. "Are they gone?" Harper whispered. I didn't answer. I didn't know. A soft thud hit the shed wall. Then another. A series of impacts, hands, bodies. They were outside. We stayed frozen, barely breathing as the banging continued. It was the longest night of my life, filled with fear and the dread that we might not survive. Eventually, dawn's light crept through the cracks in the shed walls. The noises stopped. Silence. I finally stood, legs stiff, and opened the door carefully. Morning light poured in, revealing the world as it had been. The woods were calm, the air fresh, as if the night's horrors hadn't happened. We walked back home, silent, shaken. Mom was surprised to see us awake early, frowning at our disheveled state. "We just stayed up talking," Mia lied smoothly. Mom didn't push, and we retreated to Ellie and Harper's room. We didn't sleep. We sat together, silently processing the nightmare. We never spoke of it again. Saying it out loud would make it too real. But the memories lingered, and shadows would never feel the same. That night changed us. We weren't just siblings anymore. We were survivors, bound by a secret we could never tell. I was born near the Blue Ridge Mountains. After I finished school, I moved from place to place. A lot had happened in my life over the past 5 years. Recently, I got a call that my uncle had passed away. All that remained of his life was a small cabin hidden deep in the forest and an old truck. I figured spending some time at the cabin would do me some good. When I arrived, the place was in rough shape. My uncle had injured his back and couldn't maintain it. I hadn't visited in years, and it took me some time to figure out what I was doing. After 2 weeks, I managed to fix up the cabin. Since I had nowhere to be, I bought supplies to stay a while longer. It felt strange not having a routine after so long. My days had always been the same: work, pay bills, repeat, and suddenly that all changed. One afternoon, while I was fishing, dark clouds began to gather. I checked my phone for the weather forecast, but being so deep in the woods, it barely worked. It took 5 minutes to load the alert. A severe storm was coming. I packed up my gear and hurried back to the cabin, hoping the old structure would withstand the weather. It got so dark that I had to light a lantern in the middle of the day. As I prepared an early dinner, the rain pounded down and wind rattled the windows. Thunder shook the floorboards. This was definitely a night to stay inside. Lightning flashed, and I happened to glance out the window just in time to see something that made my heart stop. Someone was stumbling through the storm. I grabbed my jacket and slipped on my boots. The second I opened the door, I was drenched. The rain blurred my vision, but by some miracle, I spotted the figure again. They looked small against the towering trees. I pushed forward, shouting into the wind, but my voice was lost. When I reached the person, they struggled to move as I guided them back to the cabin. We finally made it inside, both of us shaking from the cold. The stranger was young, maybe 15 or 16, dressed in a simple robe made of some natural fabric. I grabbed a blanket from the couch and wrapped it around them. Their teeth chattered, and I asked, "Where did you come from?" They pressed their lips into a firm line and said nothing. I helped them move deeper into the room, but their legs buckled, and they collapsed. Water pooled beneath us, and I realized the water was too dark. They were bleeding. A deep cut ran along their leg. They were so light that I easily carried them to the couch. I tried calling for help, but my phone couldn't connect. So I did my best to clean and bandage the wound. Was there some strange group living out here? It wasn't unheard of. Seeing how shaken they were, I didn't press for answers. "You can stay here tonight. If you're not comfortable, I can sleep in the truck," I offered. As I stood, they grabbed my hand, their gray eyes pleading with me not to go. I promised to stay. I found some oversized clothes for them, and though I slept poorly on the couch, I let them have the bedroom. My mind raced with questions about who they were and where they'd come from. The storm faded just before dawn. When I woke up a few hours later, I knocked on the bedroom door. No answer. Panic surged as I opened it to find the bed empty. I was about to despair when I saw the boy outside, stretching. His legs seemed better. "How are you feeling?" I asked. "Better," he replied in a voice deeper than I expected. "Do you want to go to town and have a doctor check your leg?" He shook his head. "It'll heal on its own." He pulled up his pant leg, showing the wound, which now looked smaller. "What's your name?" "Rowan," he said. I frowned. "Do you live around here?" "Yes. My family's been in these woods for generations. There are a few other groups here too. A fight broke out and that's how I got hurt. It's over now." I didn't like the sound of it. My uncle never mentioned neighbors. "You don't have some leader predicting the end of the world and collecting 10 wives, do you?" I joked. He laughed, easing my nerves. "One wife is more than enough." He seemed okay, but his situation worried me. "When your leg's better, I can drive you home. We'd have to walk. There aren't any roads." He hesitated. "I'd like to repay you." I shook my head, but he insisted. "How about fishing?" I suggested. He agreed. We gathered our gear and headed to the lake. The rain had left the path muddy, and I struggled not to lose my boots. Rowan, barefoot, moved easily. At the lake, I showed him how to use the fishing rod. His family caught fish by hand, but I warned him not to get lake water in his wound. "How old are you?" I asked. "I'm an adult," he replied, sounding offended. We got distracted by a fish biting. It was too small, so we let it go. He watched me closely, then asked, "Do you have kids?" "Asson." "He's a few years younger than you," I said, my voice colder than I intended. Rowan seemed to understand and didn't push. By lunchtime, we had enough fish. I caught 2 and he caught 6. Back at the cabin, I offered him a shower. He came out wearing more borrowed clothes, his cheeks flushed. He devoured the meal, clearly hungry. The bath and food made him sleepy. As he dozed on the couch, I cleaned up. It was dark when I heard footsteps outside. My heart pounded. I grabbed my uncle's rifle. A knock came. I reached for the doorknob. "Don't!" Rowan shouted. The door burst inward, slamming me back. Pain exploded as 2 figures entered. Tall, gaunt, dressed in rags. One grabbed Rowan. I raised the rifle. "Let him go!" The figure smiled, its face skeletal. "How cute. Let's take this one too."
No.
Rowan pleaded. The creature's eyes locked onto me. It spoke in my wife's voice. Horror twisted in my gut. I fired, but missed. Chaos erupted. Rowan transformed, fangs, growls. A gray wolf appeared, tearing the creatures apart. Darkness took me. I woke later, healed, with Rowan beside me. He confessed he'd turned me into one of them to save me. I had a choice. Drink a tea to stay human or embrace the wolf. I chose to protect Rowan just as his father had. After all, it's a parent's job to care for their children.